waiting for you to start streaming.
My mic is definitely on.
Streaming actively.
Starting soon. I started at noon, so I put on the starting soon sign at 11:55. So I get all my apps. Not here. You know when I start. You're a dork. Who are you talking to? No, I mean... Never mind. I forgot. All right, this is Bug live on the air. Yes, hi, Simply a Pancake, Doki Doki Literature Club. We were supposed to finish this last time, but the side stories took way longer than I thought they were going to. So we're gonna finish it today instead. And then, since I've got a doctor's appointment tomorrow that I totally forgot about, we'll be doing Outer Wilds on Wednesday. Very excited for that. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and get started. Hopefully my voices are okay today. My voice is a little bit shot. We did Trust and Understanding last time, so we're going to be doing Respect this time. Oh, so many more. Alright. It's been several weeks since the club has officially started. Through their initial setbacks, the 3 club members so far, Monica, Sayori, and Yuri, have increased their collective bond within the club. Sayori has partaken in some of Yuri's high fantasy literature, and all 3 of them, led by Sayori, have taken an interest in poetry. On a day like any other, the 3 find themselves suddenly interrupted by the clubroom door opening. And in walks a girl none of them have seen before. Sayori tugs excitedly at Monica's sleeve. Yuri shifts in her seat and buries her eyes into her book. Are you here for the literature club? Yeah. Yay, that's great. Thanks for stopping by. It's kind of a small club still, so it's really exciting to see new faces. Yeah. Sit down somewhere. You can sit next to my desk. Sayori prances over to her desk and presses her palms onto it. Oh, and Yuri can make you some tea. Yuri looks up at Sayori in protest for having drawn attention to her. Natsuki silently glances between everyone, then sits down next to Sayori. Monica follows by sitting nearby. The sun gathering prompts Yuri to stand up, deciding that standing in the corner and making tea doesn't sound so bad after all. Okay, then how about we all introduce ourselves? Okay. Well, I'm Monica. I'm the one who started the club. I was originally in the debate club, but I really wanted to do something I felt more passionate about, if that makes sense. So I started the literature club as a way for people to express themselves through writing or reading or whatever other kind of literature. Yeah, I know. Oh, oops. You know, I figured it was your club. You have that vibe. I have what vibe? Oh, you know, like... Never mind. I'm not gonna judge people I just met like that. Very adult-like of you. I always judge people so hard. Oh, no you don't, Sayori. Yes, she does. Yuri's deadpan voice carries across the room. Natsuki's giggles. I'm Sayori. I just like learning about everyone and making friends. Oh, and I also like poetry. Oh yeah? Very adult-like of you. I'm an adult. The sound of Yuri's electric kettle steaming up fills the room. Oh, that's Yuri. Sayori lowers her voice. She's kind of shy, but she's really nice and super smart. She likes big fantasy books and tea, and I love her. Well, I guess that leaves me then. I'm Natsuki. I like listening to music and hanging out downtown and stuff. And my favorite ice cream flavor is strawberry. Ooh, let's get ice cream. My favorite flavor is probably cookie dough, or maybe chocolate. It's cookie dough. And Monica's is probably vanilla. What the heck? I take way too many online quizzes. The ice cream ones are always accurate. What's Yuri's favorite? Natsuki shrugs. Probably green tea. I'm just joking. I have no idea for Yuri. Still, it's pretty chill here. Do you just hang out, or do you actually do club stuff? Well, we do club stuff too. It just hasn't been very structured yet since we only have 3 members. We kind of just loosely spend our time doing the stuff we like. But I keep thinking it's about time we start with some more structured club activities. It's been a while by now since I started the club, so yeah. Well, with that being said, what kind of literature are you into, Natsuki? Anything you'd like to get the club into? Well, I guess I'm... literature. Well, I like manga. Manga? My controller stopped working again. I need to replace this cord. Hello. There we go. Hey, why'd you say it like that? I want to read manga in the club. Wait, hold on a second. That's so great. After all, I've been doing all this, Yuri returns to the desks with a tray of teacups. which she sets down on an empty desk. After all of the deep and immersive reading I've been doing, I wouldn't mind doing something a little more simple. Manga isn't simple. If you think that, you just don't understand the nuance. I didn't mean simple like that. Well, anyway, putting manga aside, is there any other kind of literature that you're interested in? Well, not really. In that case, have you considered the anime club? Are you serious? I'm not going to join the anime club. It's full of weird guys. Come on, is it that big of a deal? Manga is literature, right? I mean, I guess if you consider the literal definition of literature, then technically. I get it. Look, I'll do whatever club activities you want. Can I please just join? I won't bother anyone. If I can just, like, keep my manga here and hang out after school, I'll do literally whatever you want me to do. No, work, please, I don't want to deal with this. That's fine, right? Yeah, I guess there's nothing wrong with that. Oh, poor Natsuki. She just wants to make friends. Oh my god, thank you. You're the best. I posted it crammed into my locker, so I'm gonna start getting it, okay? Natsuki stands up. Need some help? Nah, I got it. I don't want you to see my locker. If you say so, but there's no way it's worse than mine. I hope we never find out then. Natsuki exits the club room, leaving everyone in silence, save for the sound of Yuri sipping her tea. Ugh, I'm such a pushover. Hey, it's not that bad. Natsuki seems like a lot of fun. Maybe, but I mean, she has like no actual interest in literature, you know? And that's normally fine, but she said she would participate in club activities like it's some kind of obligation. Her tea is going to get cold. Yeah. Wait, that's not related. Well, I think everyone deserves a chance. Especially if we can bring her happiness. Besides, maybe she'll take a liking to literature. Are you sure you just don't want to read her manga, Sayori? Hey, who do you think I am? Sorry, I didn't mean that. I just feel really uneasy about this. Do you have any opinion, Yuri? Not particularly. She said she wasn't going to bother anyone. That includes me, so... Does that mean I bother you? No. You're a pleasure to be around. Oh, they are so cute! They're so cute. Best friends. I was just fishing for a compliment. I know. But still, I really think we should give her a chance. Yeah, alright. But I really am going to start enforcing club activities. I'm willing to cooperate. Suddenly, the three of them hear a thump against the door. What was that? Sayori stands up and walks over to the door, then opens it. Thank you. Carrying 3 boxes of what is presumably manga, Natsuki grunts and wobbles inside before slowly bending over and dropping the stack onto the floor as gently as she can. That's quite a collection. Sayori giggles in excitement. While catching her breath, Natsuki replies, There's still one more box. I can put them away myself. I know how to organize them. Monika anxiously glances between Sayori and Yuri. Is this really okay for the club? Maybe it's what she needs to really kick the club into gear before everyone gets too complacent. It seems like things are finally going to start getting more serious. Wow, my voice really does hate me today. I can't even do the voices properly. At the next club meeting, Monika is the first to arrive. But ever since Natsuki joined, she feels a lot less relaxed. Why am I so nervous? Monika paces, trying to figure out her feelings. Natsuki said she wasn't going to bother anyone, so why does it feel like the atmosphere has changed so much? While Monika thinks, the club door opens, revealing Natsuki carrying a box. Monika forces a smile as Natsuki makes her way to the closet. Natsuki forces one in return. Need help? No, I got it. Monika awkwardly tries to start some kind of conversation, but fails. Curious, she peeks into the closet where Natsuki is stashing all of her manga. Once dull with school supplies, the shelves are now vibrant with bright colors and cute-looking artwork. You know, the top shelf is pretty empty. Maybe we could keep it up there. I can't reach up there. That would be so inconvenient. Yeah, but... Monika sighs. Teachers are going to ask what all this manga is doing in here, and I have to tell them it's for the literature club. So? Monika backs off and slumps into a desk. With this kind of tension, it feels like the relaxed atmosphere accumulated over the past few weeks is being sucked right out of the room. Monika, that's kind of your fault. Good afternoon! Sayori spins into the club room. Oh, I see someone's in a good mood. Yeah, because I have this. Sayori brandishes a cookie wrapped in plastic. I found some money and got a cookie. Ooh, that's so pretty. As Sayori trots over to the closet, the colorful shelves catch her eye. Which one do I start with? Well, you can start by giving me a bite of that cookie. No way! I saved up all my luck to find that money. If you want entry into my kingdom, you need to pay the tax, peasant. Ooh. Defeated, Sayori unwraps her cookie and breaks off a piece for Natsuki. Then, Yuri silently walks into the club room. Monika glances at her with pleading eyes. Yuri returns a quick nod of understanding. Well, everyone's here now. Despite the club only having one more person than before, it somehow feels twice as lively. Okay, so I think today we should go over some potential club activities and see which ones we want to do first. We have 4 members now, so it would be great if we found some stuff to do as a group. Does that sound good to everyone? I agree. Okay, so I have some ideas of my own, but I want to hear your ideas too. Well, I've been having a lot of fun learning about everyone else's interests. Maybe we can give each person a day to share their favorite kind of literature with everyone else? Well, maybe. Something tells me that... Monika glances at Yuri and Natsuki, who both appear very unwilling to even consider each other's interests. Maybe we can try to come up with something that everyone can enjoy equally? You know, like we all vote on a book to read, or something like that. I think we should all collectively try to expand our interests, rather than just stick to the things we're familiar with. Why does it feel like I'm being targeted here? Natsuki, didn't you say you would go along with whatever the club wanted to do? Well, yeah, but that doesn't make it okay for you to ignore everyone else's preferences. I liked Sayori's suggestion. Yeah, me too. Yeah, but... Monika's voice trails off. Although she let Natsuki join the club, Monika finds it incredibly difficult to relent to her demands. If Natsuki doesn't respect the club, why should Monika have to yield to Natsuki's opinion on anything? Oh, hey, thanks for the follow, Sayori. And welcome to the, Oh, wow, also we met a follower goal. That's awesome. I'm so happy we've got 10 followers now. That's so amazing. Well, welcome, Sayori, to the channel and to the Literature Club. We are doing the side stories right now, specifically the respect one between Natsuki and Monika, I believe. And we're just finishing up the rest of Doki Doki Literature Plus content. So I hope you enjoy your time here. Feel free to chat if you would like, or you can continue to lurk. That's totally up to you. And I hope you have fun. Mwah! Natsuki, are you sure you don't have any other literature interests you could share with the club? I swear I don't mind if you keep your manga in here, but I just... Natsuki cuts Monika off by suddenly standing up. Well, it's obvious I'm not wanted here, so I'm just gonna leave. But I really would have appreciated you being more upfront about it. Okay, I think you're kind of jumping to conclusions here, but you're free to do whatever you want. Natsuki shoots Monica a quick glare before walking straight out of the room. Oh no! Sayuri runs after her, leaving just Monica and Yuri. For the second time today, Monica slumps down into a desk. Why am I such a jerk? No, she's a jerk. She's just making me feel this way. Monica looks up at Yuri, seeking affirmation. Yuri looks away. She probably just went around looking for the smallest club she could find so that she doesn't have to participate. How does she expect me to give her respect when she has no respect for the club? Am I wrong, Yuri? I'm not good at these things. Monica sighs. Me neither. I just have no idea what to do. I don't want to hurt anyone, but I feel like it's not wrong to enforce the club vision. You know, like, people should join because they want to express their passion for literature, or at least develop it. So, maybe she's not a good fit for the club after all. Monica sits in silence, afraid to accept her tentative conclusion. Yuri looks tense, but she doesn't seem to want to add anything. You can go back to reading. I know this doesn't concern you. It does. It does? How? Well, I just can't comfortably read in an environment where the peace has been disturbed. Oh. Well, great. I'm just ruining the whole club then. That's not an accurate conclusion to make. I know. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of voicing my frustration, and I guess guilt. It's like my frustration wants to blame her, but my guilt wants to blame me. Ugh. Why is it the hardest to be rational during the times when you need it the most? I don't think you're being irrational. I think Natsuki is. She has no authority to walk in here and make demands of the club. Your club. Something as ridiculous as manga has no place here. The fact that you're even storing it for her should make her completely indebted to you. Well, you're right, but I don't know. Isn't it kind of harsh to say things like it's ridiculous and it has no place here? Do you not feel the same way? You've been doing everything you can to avoid associating the club with it. So I assumed you felt the same way about it. That's not true. Well, recalling her confrontations with Natsuki, a realization starts to set in. You may be right. I mean, if it was anything besides manga, would I really be acting like this? Maybe I've just been convincing myself that it has nothing to do with the manga. I'm really upset that I would let myself do that. With a sigh, Monica walks over to the closet. She finds herself staring at the colorful shelves. It's just, this really wasn't what I had in mind for a club about literature. There shouldn't be anything wrong with that. Monica starts defending her position once again. It's a complicated issue that Monica had failed to consider before now. Where is the line even drawn at what's considered literature? Lost in thought, she reaches into one of the larger box sets and pulls out a volume, inspecting it for no particular reason. The cover features 4 girls striking cute and exaggerated poses, all dressed in short skirts. Yeah, I mean, amused by the absurdity of the cover, Monica opens the book. And that is the end of side story number 1, part 1 of Respect. Looks like we've got some male music and pictures, so that's pretty cool. Issues caused by unprotected memory. Has anyone evaluated the side effects that may be caused by sharing a memory pool between multiple VMs rather than allocating them separately? I'm looking at some of the files that VM1 is generating, and I'm finding some information that definitely shouldn't be there. I haven't seen any evidence that this is actually affecting the inside of the VM itself, so I don't think this is a priority, but it's definitely worth noting. My best guess is that memory being freed from VM2 isn't getting zeroed out, which technically gives VM1 access to it. All the info I have will go into the issue tracker, but I want to check if anyone else has already noticed something along these lines. So, VM2 is Project Libitina, and VM1 is Doki Doki Literature Club, right? So, That must be when Monica has access to the idea of what's going on, like in her after story, or when she's not been deleted yet. She talks about Yuri's book and how that's actually, oh, well, I shouldn't be talking about that. But I think that's her accessing the memory for VM2, which is Project Libitina. And maybe Yuri knows about it because of the book, or maybe the book is a form of that memory. Pretty cool, though. Pictures. We've got a Natsuki background. And it looks like that's it. And music. Well, I don't see any new music. But there must be one in here that I haven't had them all memorized, so. New song. Yay. Respect Part 2. Let me drink some water really quick. Got a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I'm not going to be doing my normal stream. But I think that'll be kind of good because that means that my voice can take a break. Reading all this really has my vocal cords shot. Okay. Respect Part 2. This sucks. Why is Monica such a jerk? She should be grateful that I even joined her stupid club. It's not like she can find any members. Monica is usually really nice. She cares so much about everyone in the club being happy. No, don't do this to me. I really need to replace this cord. Maybe I should just stop using my controller for this session. It's just causing delay. Alright. Yeah, right. Well, she usually does. Maybe when she's not busy being so judgmental. So what if I'm into manga? Why can't just one person accept that instead of being so condescending about it? I accept it. I think it's cute. Oh, come on. That's condescending too. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it like that. I just want to support you. Natsuki sighs. I know. Thanks. It just really sucks. Do you want me to talk to Monica? I don't know. It's not like it's gonna change her opinion of me. Like, even if you were to convince her to back off, that wouldn't suddenly make me feel like I'm actually welcome in the club. I should just find another club. Wait, you don't have to do that. We can figure this out, please. I mean, I'm the vice president, or at least I think I am. And I don't want you to leave. Everyone deserves to feel welcome and to be happy, so I want to make that happen. For you. I was wondering, what was the reason you decided to join the literature club? Well, Natsuki hesitates. It's kind of dumb. Aw, don't say that. There's no such thing as dumb reason when everyone is welcome. I wasn't welcome. You were to me. So, just don't tell anyone, okay? Especially Monica. I promise. Natsuki sighs. I'm just tired of everyone judging me all the time. I can't enjoy any of the stuff I'm into without people making snotty comments about it. Not that I care what anyone else thinks, but, you know, the signs for the literature club said that you can be yourself or whatever. So I decided it was at least worth a shot. That was a lie, apparently. Natsuki dejectedly kicks the toe of her shoe against the wall. Oh, and I like writing, too. Really? How come you didn't say that to Monica? Because she was being so judgmental that I just didn't want to tell her something she wanted to hear. She didn't deserve that kind of satisfaction. And if she knew I was into writing, then she would just be like everyone else and try to push me away from the manga in favor of the more mature thing. The two of them remain silent for a while. Sayori understands that it's out of the question for Natsuki to return to the club room for today, at least. But Natsuki has a reason for wanting to join the club, just like everyone else. It's part of the club vision for her to be welcome. You deserve to express yourself as much as everyone else does. That's supposed to be what the club is for. So, I'm going to do everything I can to fix this. I promise. Sayori, I love you. Best girl. It's lunchtime the next day. The cafeteria and hallways are bustling with students rushing to meet with their friends and make the most out of their limited break time. Where could she be? Among them is Monica, who always eats lunch in her classroom, but she has some additional business today. Fearing that Natsuki would avoid coming to the club, Monica decided to try to find her during lunch so that she could make amends. After searching for an extensive time, Monica finally spots her. Despite her short stature, Natsuki's bright hair helps her stand out from the crowd. Oh gosh. Suddenly feeling awkward, Monica is afraid to get closer. Natsuki is with some friends who Monica doesn't recognize, and they're all energetically chatting together. It would really be tactless just to interrupt them. Oh yeah, did you end up joining that literature club, or what? Huh? Of course I joined. Why wouldn't I? Ha, I told you she would join. Come on, you know she only joined because you wouldn't stop giving her crap about the anime club. I told you, I never even wanted to join that stupid club. Oh, sure. Well, you have to give her some credit for at least making an effort to finally grow past that trash. Haha, true. Well, congrats on finally graduating middle school, Natsuki. We're proud of you. Shut up, just let me do my thing. I'm just joking. You know we love you. Yeah, once the literature club makes you a famous writer, we'll be the first ones to buy your book. What, you're gonna buy her smutty fanfiction? Well, obviously, I want a signed copy. That was like years ago. You don't think I've grown out of it by now? I told you, I was joking. Besides, it's a good reminder of how far you've come since then. Not to mention you couldn't have done it without us. That gives us a pass to joke about it. Yeah, sure. They grow up so fast. It brings a tear to my eye. These friends are so mean. I hate friends like this. I mean, everyone has people like this, especially in high school, but fucking sucks. Natsuki suddenly glances in Monica's direction, prompting Monica to quickly turn away and distance herself. What the heck? That was horrible. I should have said something to defend her. Why do I have to be so conflict avoidant? Not that I deserve to say anything. I'm hardly better than them after the way I treated her. Ugh, I'm so awful. I'm not doing anything right. After school ends, Monica distractedly makes her way to the club room. She finds Yuri already inside, eyes on a book as usual. Monica picks a desk and slumps into it, something she seems to be doing rather often lately. Yuri, I don't think I can be club president. I suck at handling anything that doesn't go, like, exactly my way. Yuri looks up from her book. It's like, the literature club is a place where you get to express yourself. Unless it's in a way that I don't like. I'm so mad at myself. And I'm especially mad that I didn't have the self-reflection skills to realize what I was doing. So much for maturity. Sorry. I really shouldn't be complaining out loud like this. There's just like a ton on my mind. No. I enjoy listening. Really? Why? Yuri shrugs. It just makes me feel nice. Oh, well, okay. I guess I'll just continue then. Yuri nods. Yeah, Natsuki kinda has a blunt attitude, you know? It made me feel like she wasn't taking the club seriously. I couldn't even figure out why she wanted to join. I saw her friends talking to her in the hallway during lunch, and they were just so mean to her. Telling her to grow up and stuff like that the literature club would help her grow out of her manga. It just made me so mad, like, just let her enjoy it. It makes her happy. Why are you trying to take that away from her? And when I had that thought, it was when I came to the realization that I was kind of doing the same thing, just in a roundabout way. I should have made her feel good about being passionate about something, but I just dismissed it. No, I was actually trying to avoid acknowledging it at all. I even did that with you, Yuri, when you first joined the club. You did? Yeah, I remember. Fantasy isn't really my thing, so I was kind of trying to dismiss it, but then Sayori jumped in and took over the conversation. I should have reflected on that, but I didn't because I just let Sayori handle it instead. And now, I'm repeating the same mistake, except I really hurt someone this time. Monika shakes her head. I'm so tired of being afraid of things I'm not comfortable with. It's so stupid. Like, I can just picture how much joy it would bring Natsuki if I let her share her passion a little. I'm so angry that her friends were treating her like that. I'm going to get them back for it. Get them back? Yeah. I'll get them back by making sure that this is the literature club that Natsuki wants, not the one that they want. Suddenly, Sayori bursts through the door, making Monika and Yuri jump. With a rare, stern face, she marches over to Monika's desks and sits down next to her. I'm having an intervention. I can do that because I'm vice president. She's so cute. Is this about Natsuki? Yes. Yeah, I know. I messed up. I'm super sorry. I was just talking to Yuri about it. Really? I was so dismissive of her passion that she felt threatened, and probably just unwelcome. Literally the opposite of what the literature club is supposed to do. I really need to make it up to her. Oh. Yay! I did it! Sayori, you are so cute! You're the cutest thing! Thanks for the intervention, Sayori. I'm glad we're on the same page. Friendship wins again! So, how do you want to make it up to her? I have a plan. Sayori, do you know if Natsuki is coming to the club meeting today? I don't think she is. I see. Monika was afraid of that. Not because of her plan, but because she's facing the consequences of the damage that she's inadvertently caused. But the only way to do the right thing is to face it head on. It's so easy to just duck away from conflict and wait for it to blow over. But that's not enough. To truly respect someone's feelings after you've hurt them is to face them and admit your wrongdoing. Not the wrongdoing of mismanaging the club, but the wrongdoing of disrespecting Natsuki's feelings. Okay. Do you think you can get her to come to the meeting tomorrow? I can do that. Okay, awesome. Yuri, you don't have to worry about anything, but thank you for being my friend. You're a good listener. Fidgeting with her hair, Yuri turns away to hide a smile. Well, I guess for today, it's going to be a pretty quiet club meeting. I'm going to step out for a bit. Is that okay? Yeah, I'm just gonna read with Yuri. Hey, is this one of Natsuki's books? How come it's out here? Sayori picks up a manga that was resting on an adjacent desk. Oh, that? Natsuki probably just left it out by accident. But I thought she hasn't been coming to the club? Actually, Monika's been. Okay, Yuri. I'm sure it was just someone else who was using this classroom then, okay? Monika, your whole thing was about manga not being shameful. Why can you not just accept yourself? Come on. Monika smiles at them both. Then, with a wave, she exits the club room. I really shouldn't have left that out. If Sayori catches on, she'll definitely tell Natsuki, and that would get really awkward. Now, I wonder if there's a keyboard I could borrow from the music room. And the next day! The time for the next club meeting has already arrived. Monika and Yuri are the first to arrive. I'm so worried. Do you think Sayori is going to be able to bring Natsuki? Yes. How do you know? Well, she's Sayori. You know, you're right. Time slowly passes. Monika sits, then stands up to pace around, then sits again. Yuri's eyes don't move from her book. Then the door finally opens. Sayori marches inside. Behind her, Natsuki shuffles inside, nervously looking around the room. We're here! Welcome back. Monica, the club president, stands up and greets them with a smile. Sayori picks a desk and takes a seat. Natsuki sits closely next to her. Looking back and forth between the club members, Monica is struck with a nostalgic feeling. She would stand at the front of the club room just like this, struggling to picture just who may eventually be sitting before her. But imagination was never enough to predict just how unique and diverse each member would be. Each with her own struggles, her own reasons for seeking the vision that Monica had, admittedly so vaguely advertised. Seeking trust, understanding, respect. What new lessons will the future hold for the literature club? Realizing she's getting ahead of herself, Monica takes a deep breath and returns to the present. Okay, everyone. The literature club is starting. We have an activity planned for today. Monica turns around to face the chalkboard. On it, she writes manga in big letters. Today, we're going to learn from an expert about a unique form of literature, manga. Oh, come on! Isn't this kind of forced? I know you don't actually want to do this, so just... Monica shakes her head. Natsuki, this is the hardest part. After making it this far, it would be so easy just to smile and move on. But that's not enough. Not this time. I'm sorry. It was wrong of me not to take you seriously when you were kind enough to show interest in my club. I thought about it, and I realized how biased I was against manga. It caused me to disrespect you, and I'm sorry. But I think you deserve to be able to share your passion with us. So, can I make it up to you? Well, thanks, but I know you're only doing this because Sayori told you to. Wait, that's not true. Monica planned this all by herself. I didn't even get a chance to talk to her. I was witness to that as well. This is the Literature Club. The Literature Club is a place where everyone gets to be themselves. We all have our own interests and our differences. It's my vision to let us freely express that. And it's my goal to respect everyone for them. So I just want to learn about the things that make you happy. I think you deserve to share that joy as much as everyone else does. Is that okay? Natsuki looks away and hesitates. But it's really dumb, the stuff I'm into. Monica smiles. She kneels in front of Natsuki's desk, looking her straight in the eye. Monica, never kneel in front of a short person, come on! If you like it, then it's not dumb. Oh, except for me. Sayori, you're not dumb either. What the heck? You guys are so weird. Fine, I'll show you some of my manga. Only because you admitted that it's literature after all. Natsuki stands up. Oh yeah, I didn't say this before, but I'm actually into writing, too. I'm kind of a pro. But I didn't want you to like me just for that. Wow, really? I really did have you all wrong, Natsuki. Yeah, whatever. Today's not about that anyway, right? It's about manga, so I hope you're ready. Oh, they're so cute. I love it. They're best friends. A week has passed since Natsuki returned to the literature club. Since then, the club activities have been in full swing. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. As another meeting draws to a close, Monica approaches Natsuki on the way out. Natsuki, are you in a hurry home or anything? Me? Not particularly. Why? Oh, there was just something I wanted to show you, if you had a few minutes. Sure. What is it? It's not in here. Can you follow me to the music room? The music room? Why? Well, you'll see. Oh, the music room! New background! Pretty. Dang. I wish my school had a music room like that. Look how awesome that looks. Is that a couch? Anime high schools really are way cooler than, you know, at least my high school. Maybe Japanese high schools are just better, but it probably is exaggerated in fiction. And actual speakers, yeah! I'm jealous. You know, I was thinking back. When the club was just me and Sayori, we would talk about how we envisioned the club to turn out. We cared a lot about it being a place where people could express themselves. And she said something strange to me. She said that I was trying to make the club that I needed myself more than anyone. But I think it wasn't until you joined that I fully understood that. Because you really taught me a lot about myself, like things that I was probably always too stubborn to admit. Oh, come on, you can't mean that. I didn't even do anything. I just, brought a bunch of manga, and then I got fussy when I didn't have my way. It was really stupid of me to make such a big deal out of it. No, I honestly needed it. If you didn't express that you were hurt, I would never have realized that I did something wrong. Besides, your feelings are valid. They deserve to be heard and respected. It's just really hard to feel that way sometimes. You know, I really shouldn't care about what other people think in the first place. But when you're just criticized by everyone around you for being a certain way, it can get really hard to just brush it off. And it makes me start to feel like I'm the problem. Like I'm not doing enough to please everyone else. Oh, Simply a Pancake, since I know you're watching, this whole respect saga actually ties into that whole conversation we were having last night about cringe culture, right? Like, if someone enjoys something, even if it's normally cringe, it shouldn't be criticized just for being something that, you know, is kind of out there or not mainstream. Am I being too entitled if I just want people to like me without me having to hide a bunch of stuff about myself? I don't think I am. I just wish that sometimes people would try to appreciate me for who I actually am. As Monica listens, she recalls vividly how Natsuki's friends were treating her, and how naturally they did so. How long has she been fighting against that, refusing to change for others? And being anime characters makes them biased towards anime things. Well, yeah, they're using manga as an example, but it could apply to anything. You know, it could be manga, it could be what are some other things that are considered quote-unquote cringe? Oh gosh. Now that I'm trying to think of things, I can't. I don't know, could be playing visual novels, or otome games, or, you know, things like this that aren't actually really in-depth horror games. You know, a lot of people consider that cringe, but if it makes them happy, then it makes them happy. I'm just saying we should take the lesson and apply it on a broader spectrum. Of course, they're using anime stuff as a baseline. They're anime characters, but you know what I mean. I think all these side stories with lessons are supposed to be actually applicable to day-to-day life, and I think it's really well done. I don't think we should just dismiss that because they happen to be using anime examples. I could only wish I was as strong as you are, Natsuki. You're so honest with yourself. I'm always trying to come off as perfect for other people. Anytime there's a hint of contention, I just crumble. But it's thanks to you that I really started thinking about this stuff. You've really inspired me to start working on it. But well, like I said, I didn't even do anything. You were just being yourself. That's all you needed to do. Also, there's something else. Monica takes a breath. The thing is, I might have read a little bit of your manga. What? You? What the heck? Why didn't you tell me? I'm sorry, I think I just felt kind of embarrassed to admit it after I gave you such a hard time about it. I can't believe you, of all people, were reading manga behind my back. That's so funny. Yeah, well, I just flipped through one of them out of curiosity, but I ended up reading a whole bunch of it. But I mean, one of the characters was in a literature club. What are the chances, right? You were reading Parfait Girls? Wow, you have good taste. Just one volume, and I kind of just picked it out randomly. Well, you have good intuition then. You have to tell me all your favorite parts. Well, I think it was some kind of weird fate, because the character isn't just in a literature club, she also plays piano. It's just weird because I've always wanted to learn to play piano. She was just like the perfect person that I always wish I was, even if I just did what I wanted instead of always second-guessing myself. Monica walks over to the piano and sits down. Oh, look how cute they are! Best friends! So cute! Oh my god, they're adorable! I love the CGs. They do lighting so well in this game. I always felt like I should only share the absolute best parts of myself. The parts that will impress people or make them like me more. But after you joined the club, I realized how self-destructive that mentality is. We share things because we want to express ourselves. Sharing experiences allows us to share emotions. I just felt like I wanted to show you this, because if it wasn't for you, I never would have started playing. Hey, I think the credit for that one goes to the Parfait Girls, not me. No. Well, maybe it's true that Parfait Girls put the thought in my head, but it was still you who inspired me to keep practicing every day. Every day? Because, you just make me feel like if I want to do something, I should just do it. I mean, I still haven't been practicing for very long, and I'm really not any good at it yet, at all. But I wrote a song for the club, and I worked really, really hard on it. It doesn't have any words or anything, but, well, yeah. This is Monica's song. And we're gonna go through all the little scenes while we listen to her song. She's so pretty. I like that they do just a little bit of hint of pink in the middle of their lips to, suggest lips, but not, overly draw them. It's really subtle, but I think it would look weird if it was just a line. But the little dab of pink there, I think it really fits in with the style while also being a little bit different from the style, if you know what I mean. I just like it. I think it's nice. Aww. Best friends. I wonder if these are the images that are flashing through Monica's mind while she's playing. I guess that's had to be what she was thinking about while she was writing the song. With all these scenes. Not that she was there for that one, but probably knew it happened. Plus, even if she isn't aware of her elevated access permissions, that doesn't mean she still doesn't have them. She just might not be, fully cognizant that she knows things she isn't supposed to know, you know? That's all. That was so good. Yeah, that was really good for someone who just started a week ago. It was? Yeah, are you kidding? You're already a pro. Not even close. Does the song have a name? You said it was about the club, so... Yeah. It's called My Song, Your Note. Because everyone brings something so unique to the club. It's completely different from how I first imagined it, I think. But I was such a selfish perfectionist. It shouldn't be about me, it should be about everyone. And it's all of you who helped shape the club into what it is. I would never change that. Well, I think that's really thoughtful. And kind of flattering. I kind of feel like I don't deserve this much validation. I wasn't exactly very patient either when I first joined the club. It makes me feel like I should probably apologize too. I think I was just really fed up with a lot of things, and I got frustrated after not getting my way into the club. So, yeah, I really didn't mean to take it out on you. I was being really immature. If you get my stubborn butt to apologize, I guess you're doing something right. It's fine. I'm past it too. I think we're already even. But it's really sweet that you were thinking about it. It takes a lot of maturity to reflect on that kind of thing. Hi, Ash! Yeah, I'm having a great day. It's been really nice. My voice is kind of shot just from reading so much this last week, and then I went to karaoke last night instead of giving my voice a break like I should have. I know I wanted to finish this on Friday, but the side stories take way longer than I thought, so we're actually going to finish it today. And then, unfortunately, I have a doctor's appointment tomorrow, so I won't be able to do my normal stream. But on Wednesday, we're starting Outer Wilds for sure. I am staying online until this is finished. Today. We're gonna finish this game today, no matter what. And then Wednesday will be Outer Wilds. So yeah, that's about it. I'm sorry if the voices are not as good as they usually are because... ouch. How's your day been going? I'm excited to see you again. Well, I wonder who I got it from. Oh, never mind. Well, anyway, we're even as long as you let me keep my manga in the club room. You did admit that it's a form of literature. You totally can't take that back now. You got me. The closet's all yours. They do add a lot more depth, and I am having fun. Oh, you watched the new SNL episode? Is it the 50th anniversary? Oh, I bet my dad is really excited about that. I haven't watched it, but I totally should. I totally forgot that was coming up. Thank you for reminding me. I know what I'm doing tonight. Oh, I don't think that's what I'm doing tonight, because I think we have dinner plans, but, I know what I'm doing sometime soon. And they do add a lot more depth. Like, it's so nice to see how the club would interact when Monica doesn't have elevated permissions. And it adds a lot of, like, interesting nuance to their relationships. I'll tell you what, I'll bring in a little something for the club tomorrow. I want to do something nice in return. What kind of little something? Oh, you'll see. But I don't think you'll be disappointed. It was great. That's good to hear. After I watch it, I'll have to talk to my dad about it. He is an SNL super fan. I get him, like, behind-the-scenes books for Christmas every year and stuff like that. I know! She really is. They're just high schoolers. But, I mean, wouldn't you kind of have a psychotic break and go crazy, too, if you realized the entire world wasn't real and you were the only person in it? I think the way she acts kind of makes sense. It doesn't, make her actions okay, but understandable. Glad she didn't. Oh my god, yes. That would be funny. The next club meeting ends up being a particularly tasty one. They even sent an email acknowledging her Twitter. Like, who set up her Twitter? Who gave her a Twitter? Where is it? Who's responsible for creating a Twitter account for Monica? And it even asks how they're doing it, which is a question I had. Are you just relaying her tweets manually, or did you code some kind of pass-through layer to automate it? Are they if they're from the control simulation, how did Monica know about it, though, in the after story? It's weird. Her Twitter gives me so many questions. New picture. From Finishing Respect 2. Monica, you're so cute. Look at you. Pretty girl. Pretty. Nope. There she is. It's actually Monica. It's so weird. It's really cool, though. I like that they incorporated it. Like, I get that it's a publicity strategy, right, to give Monica a Twitter account. But I also really like that they incorporated it into the lore. That's that. And music. We probably got My Song, Your Note as the new song. Yeah, there we go. Oh, specifically piano versus the regular version. Okay, next side story is Balance. 3 more to go. I drink some water really quick. Oh, hey, Ash, I actually wanted your opinion on this. Um, I was getting that Discord thing set up, like, Altia? I always forget how to pronounce that name. Like they asked, and I was trying to come up with a name for it, and I can't really think of anything. I was wondering if maybe you had any ideas? I thought maybe I would, like, ask chat. I was thinking maybe, like, the Hive, because I'm a bug. Right? But that's kind of weird too. So I can't think. I feel weird setting up a Discord with such a small community still. But I'm having trouble coming up with like names and descriptions and stuff. So I wanted to see if anybody in chat had any ideas. Oh, Snuggle Hive? That is nice. I do like that. That is nice. That's better than just the Hive too. The Hive is too ominous. What do you think? Simply a pancake? Snuggle Hive? You think that sounds good? Balance Part 1. Natsuki! While Natsuki is messing with the orientation of her manga in the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace. You like Snuggle Hive? Oh, Snuggle Hive it is then. Alright, well, since I've got the doctor's appointment tomorrow, I will get it all set up and have the Discord link ready on Wednesday. Yeah, that'll be the plan. Now I just need to figure out how to write descriptions. Ugh. While Natsuki is messing with the orientation of her manga in the closet shelves, Sayori approaches from behind and pulls her into an embrace. Yay! Pow! What? Hi. Hi. The Literature Club has been in full swing since Natsuki joined. Including her, the club is now comprised of 4 members. Sayori, Natsuki, Yuri, and Monika. Each club member had received a day in the spotlight to share all of their favorite kinds of literature with each other. Natsuki was first and shared her passion for manga. Then Sayori shared her love for poetry, as well as how she goes about writing it herself. Monika, who has multiple literary interests, decided to focus her day on short stories. And finally, Yuri managed to demonstrate her obsession with fantasy with a little help and encouragement from Sayori. After the week was spent on their presentations, Monika decided to give the club members this next week to freely explore each other's literary interests. Sayori, having spent most of her time in the club so far with Yuri's fantasy books, is rather excited to begin her journey into Natsuki's manga collection. I want to read with you today. Tell me which one I should pick. Well, that depends on the kind of stuff you like. I mean, there's like romance, drama, comedy, mystery. I like all of those things. Sayori reaches out and pulls a random book from the shelf and inspects the cover. Shouldn't this girl be wearing more clothes? You wouldn't like that one. Natsuki, are you keeping smut in the classroom? In a panic, Natsuki snatches the book from Sayori's hand, then replaces it on the shelf in a less conspicuous location. Natsuki, this is school. Okay, well, if you really have no preference, then let's just start with something that's easy to get into. A lot of these don't start to get really good until like a few volumes in, and I wouldn't ask someone to make that kind of commitment unless they're already really into manga. I can handle it. I did it with Yuri's book at least. Well, I'm more considerate than that. Although I'm kind of impressed by your attention span if you put that much effort into her books. No, I have the attention span of a donut. But I love my friends, and I can do anything if it's for them. Well, okay then. Let's pick you something that even donuts can read. I didn't say I was a donut. I just said I had the attention span of one. Oh my god, I would kill for a donut right now. I made a mistake not eating breakfast. When am I going to learn my lesson? Ah! I need a snack. Oh, there's so much time left. Okay. It's okay. I've got food to eat as soon as I'm done, and I will eat it. Aw, were you just trying to call me sweet? You're so cute. No. How did you get to that conclusion? And don't call me that. Okay, I'm not trying to be like weird, but Natsuki and Sayori are definitely in love. Actually, you know what? The whole literature club is a polycule. You can't change my mind on that. Like they're all just dating. A donut? For sure they are. Especially everyone on Sayori. Like, everyone else has interesting dynamics too, but Natsuki and Sayori, Yuri and Sayori, and Monica and Sayori have the strongest bonds. And that's just because Sayori is the way she is. So I think that they all date Sayori, and then through that they get closer and start dating each other. Wow, my fanfiction days are really showing right now. Okay. Cute. Aw, how come? I just don't like it. I don't need a reason. Natsuki yanks a book from the shelf and closes the closet doors. If someone asks you to stop, then you just need to stop. People need to realize that. I'm sorry. I really didn't mean to hurt you. Nah, sorry. It wasn't you. Natsuki shakes her head while pulling a second chair over to her desk. I was talking about something else. I didn't mean to get angry all of a sudden. Natsuki averts her gaze and mumbles. You're like a nice person, so I wasn't talking about you. I still learned a valuable lesson. Sayori speaks softly as well, feeling shy after receiving the unexpected compliment. Well, anyway, here's the book, so just start it whenever you feel like it. What's it about? Well, it's like a comedy, and there's romance too, obviously. Sayori looks at the title. It's called Love is Another Word for Luck. It's about a girl who keeps accidentally running into the same guys, and then you find out, well, you should just read it. But you have to tell me what you think. I can already guess who you're gonna ship yourself with. It would be so funny if I'm right. Kid? I don't get it. Natsuki understands me. Never mind. Let's not worry about that yet. Just make sure you tell me what you think. Oh, okay. I'll start then. Hey, maybe tomorrow we can do poetry too. Oh, yeah, I guess. But don't you want to finish this first? Yeah, but we could do both. Unless you don't like poetry, then I won't make you or anything. No, it's just, well, never mind. We can worry about it tomorrow. Natsuki, you gotta do stuff that both people want to do. You take turns. It's only fair. After the club meeting ends and Natsuki and Yuri leave, Monica strikes up a conversation with Sayori. I see you got Natsuki to share some of her manga with you. She really wanted to become... Oh, nope, I read that wrong. Honestly, my new microphone sits in the middle of my screen, so I've got to kind of dodge around it while I'm reading. I really want to become better friends with her. She's so enthusiastic and expressive. I could just listen to her talk. She's so Why is everything shaking right now? What's happening? I don't know. Everything started shaking, including my chair. It was like the floor under me was shaking.
Small earthquake.
Small earthquake? I've never experienced that before.
Usually not that.
That was good? That was okay?
Yeah, that's fine.
Apparently there was a small earthquake. So, but we're good, I guess. Yeah. I was not expecting that, but everything's cool. That's scary. That surprised me. Alright, moving on. I'm not sure if she meant I can't say that to her, or if I just can't say it at all. Never a dull moment. Say what? Nothing. I'm a woman of respect. But Natsuki is a woman of cute. Sayori! I know you like her, but come on. Oh, I said it. What's so bad about that? I don't know. But, there's one thing I'm kind of worried about. Sometimes I'm afraid that Natsuki actually doesn't like me very much. Aw, that's ridiculous. How come you feel that way? Well, I mean, just little signs. Like how she only says hi to me after I say hi to her first. And it feels like she only gets excited to talk to me when it's about manga and other stuff she likes. She just seems dismissive a lot. She was like that when I brought up poetry. Yeah, but that doesn't mean she doesn't like you. She's probably just shy, Maybe. My stupid head is just making me worry for no reason. It likes to do that. It's okay. Try not to worry so much. Everything will be great. But you can always talk to me about any concerns you have. I'm here to help. You're the best. Sayori gives Monica a quick hug. What are you yelling at me for? Were you scared by the earthquake? Hello, sweet baby. Oh, come here. Come here. Scoop. Gotcha. Why were you yelling at me? Someone decided he needed attention. Are you my sweet boy? Yeah. Oh, that's the microphone. Okay. Just don't step on the computer and you can do whatever you want. Why did you come in here then? Just wanted a quick pet? Weirdo cat. Alright, sorry for that. Quick distraction. Well, I'm gonna keep trying because I love her and I want to get closer to her. He did! He got stirred up by the commotion. He's a baby. He didn't like the floor shaking. You got this. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one in as usual. I wasn't a fan either. I can't blame him. Who would like the floor suddenly shaking? If I was at my childhood home, I would have thought that it was a train going by. But that would be pretty weird because as far as I'm aware, there's no trains nearby, and also we're on the 9th floor. So I was really surprised about the earthquake thing. I mean, apparently it's normal here, but I did not know that. After the next club meeting starts, Sayori is the last one in as usual. Yeah, it was cool though. New experience. Trotting into the room, she sees Natsuki sitting alone by the closet, reading what must be manga. Without hesitation, Sayori pulls up a chair and plops herself down right next to Natsuki. Hello there. Hi. What you reading? Can I read it with you? Natsuki pulls the book away from Sayori. You can't just start in the middle. There are spoilers. Besides, what about the one I gave you yesterday? Sorry, I was just curious. Well, anyway, I've been waiting forever for this volume to come out, and it just came out yesterday, so... Oh, that's exciting. Well, I'll let you read it then. Can I sit next to you, though? Sure. Sayori plops herself down next to Natsuki, then pulls out a blank sheet of paper. Natsuki reads in silence, save for the periodic flutter of a page being released from beneath her thumb. From Sayori's side, only the light tapping noises of her pen meeting the paper can be heard. Time passes. Sayori's paper is filled with scribbles, and the margins are lined with stick figures. Natsuki lets out a deep breath and closes her book. Did you finish? No, but it's a good stopping point. My head is swimming. I need a break. Natsuki stretches her arms. Aren't you bored? No, I was writing. Oh, I saw the stick figures and thought you were just bored. I just draw those when I'm thinking or waiting for inspiration. I made friends with them all. This one is sad because she thinks the night sky is pretty, but she can't look up at the stars in public without everyone thinking she's a weirdo. And this one has problems with his back, but the doctors can't figure out what's wrong with him. What the heck? You're the weirdo. Want to read the poem I'm working on? Sure, I guess. Sayori slides the paper over to Natsuki. As Natsuki reads through the poem, she furrows her eyebrows. She slides the paper back over to Sayori. Don't you ever feel weird just sharing all of your thoughts and feelings like that? Oh, let us read the poem! I want the poem! I mean, your poems are, like, really emotional. Is that bad? Well, no. It was just an observation. I think people can get closer to each other if they find ways of expressing their feelings. Well, Natsuki begins to protest, but finds she can't... But she can't find a good way of putting her thoughts into words. Doesn't that depend more on the kinds of friends you have? I don't know. To each their own, but I've never met anyone I'd feel comfortable sharing my poems with. Not that it's you, it's just how I am, so... You write poems? You never told me that! I just thought you wrote other stuff. Yeah, that too, but... You should... I mean, would you ever want to share? Like I said, I don't do that. But... Can we talk about something else? I'm sorry. It's not your fault. It just makes me uncomfortable. I can't help it. Still, I'm sorry. It's fine. Well, let's move on to something that makes us both happy. I should continue the book you gave me, since I didn't get very far yet. Sure. Natsuki, you're not being very fair here. Over the next few days, Sayori begins each club meeting by approaching Natsuki with unwavering enthusiasm. It's Natsuki! Natsuki! Hi, Natsuki! At the end of one club meeting, Monika, who has become rather invested in Sayori's friendship mission, starts an innocuous conversation with Natsuki while she packs up. It's cool that you've been finding time to spend with Sayori. She was pretty excited for the chance to read manga with you. Yeah. I'm sure you've been enjoying the chance to share it too, right? Yeah, mostly. Natsuki glances over her shoulder, but doesn't reply further. What's on your mind? Nothing. I don't talk about people behind their backs. Oh. Natsuki falls silent, but she just fidgets instead of getting back to what she was doing, as though she wants to say more. Sayori is being so nice to you, Natsuki. Oh my gosh. It's okay to share your feelings. That's different from talking about someone behind their back. I guess. I just hate when people talk about me behind my back, so I'm better than to do it to others. Monika shares a bright smile. You're really considerate. Thanks, I guess, but it doesn't feel like it. You can trust me. Natsuki stands in silence for a moment, still fidgeting. I just feel smothered sometimes. I'm not used to someone being, like, all over me right after we meet. I mean, it's fun to hang out with her, but I just have no control over the pace. I can't just meet someone and instantly become best friends with them and, like, share everything about myself. That's not how it works. Hi, bullyable. I'm sorry, I don't know what that word means. Let me look it up really quick. I'm doing pretty well, though. We're just finishing up Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Oh, susceptible to being bullied. Please don't. I would like it if you didn't. But I don't really think I'm specifically susceptible. Usually I don't even catch on that I'm being insulted, so... But I'd like it if you were nice. That's one of our chat rules. Anyway, I'm doing pretty well. I hope you're doing well. We're just finishing up Doki Doki Literature Club, and then on Wednesday we're going to start Outer Wilds, so if you like that game, you should totally stick around for next stream. But right now we're just doing a side story between, Monika and... not Monika, Sayori and Natsuki, and we're trying to get them to be friends. And then we're going to finish up files and stuff. Pretty chill day today, just a lot of reading. I just want to chill out sometimes. Oh, I didn't realize that was happening. Oh, I see. Good reactions. That's nice. Okay. Oh! Oops. Oh well. It's the last day anyway. But yeah, it is the DLC, actually. So this is a side story. Extra content. Thanks for letting me know. It's fine. Why would you have? I know. I just feel bad about it. I know Sayori, so I should have realized. Monika navigates through her tinge of guilt, which has surfaced mainly due to her being the one who previously encouraged Sayori's behavior. Despite not knowing the situation, Monika can't help but feel a little responsible. Do you want me to talk to her about it? No, I wouldn't like that. Well, I don't know, I could, like, divert her into another club activity for you or something. No way, that would be so underhanded and mean. Sorry, I didn't think that one through. Besides, just because I complained about it doesn't mean I'm asking for someone to solve my problems for me. True. I'm sorry. I guess I just instinctively want to try to solve problems, even if I haven't been invited to. They're so cute. They're best friends. It's fine. I would talk to Sayori about it, but it would make things really weird between us. I feel like it would make her just... Who's my waifu? That's an interesting question. That's a hard question to answer. I like Natsuki's root the best, but I don't want to call her my waifu just because she looks so young, so I've got really conflicting feelings about it. So, I like the way her root is written the best, but I can't, like, look at her while I'm doing it, or I just feel like I'm talking to a little sister. Sayori is my second favorite, I guess. She's pretty and nice, though she does look really weirdly young in that one CG. Monika definitely has a special place in my heart, especially because I spent a lot of time in high school in the Monika's after story. So, I guess if I had to choose one to be a waifu, it would be Monika. But, the only one I don't really have a soft spot for is Yuri. I mean, I like her. Yeah, no, I understand the logic. I don't think she's actually a child. But I can't just, like, you know, look at her and not see one. It's like a internal block thing. Yeah, Monika! Monika. I love Monika. And Yuri's really nice, too. I like her root in the normal act, like in Act 1. But I'm gonna be honest, her eye scenes in Act 2 really get to me, and it affects how I see her in Act 1, because I'm just so scared of her in Act 2. But if one had to be a waifu, it would be Monika. I feel like it would make her constantly be afraid that she's bothering me. I don't know how to just keep things natural. How about Libitina? Well, I know a lot about Project Libitina, but I don't think we know enough about the character of Libitina to say that she's a waifu or not. I think I would wait for the game, hopefully the game eventually, to actually come out before I make any, like, concrete statements there. I mostly like thinking about Project Libitina theoretically than as what the characters could be. Because then if the game ever does come out, I won't be let down by a character I've imagined in my head, you know? But I do think the idea of Libitina is very exciting. And I hope one day, I hope that game exists. I think if you did a good job expressing all of your feelings, she would totally understand. Theory really wants to be the best she can be for other people. I think she would actually be happy that you want to improve your friendship with her. Maybe. Ugh, it just feels so dumb, talking to someone about how to be friends with them. It's just weird and not cool. I know, it just made the hole in the wall bigger. It did. It just added more questions. I would rather have more questions than no content, though, to be honest. I like the more info to theorize with. Guys, hold on one second. Hey, honey! No, actually, he's listening to my stream. Simply a Pancake, could you check the hallway? Just in case. Sorry. Alright, Monica shrugs. It's the literature club. Then she mumbles through a stifled laugh. It's not the cool club.
Got it.
Hey! Was it? Okay. Hey! Sorry. That just tickled me for some reason. Look, I know you're kind of in a tough spot and that it's hard for you to really express yourself. But you've really demonstrated that you're great at self-reflection and critical thinking, even if it doesn't feel like it to you. I think that's the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. I've checked out some of them. I don't have access to all of them yet. I've done like 3 or 4. I need to find the one, okay, I got to the one that said track 6 ideas, but I didn't have the song yet that had the name that was in there, you know what I mean? I'm having trouble talking about it. I haven't done all of them, is my point. But we're going to be finishing that up after we're done with the side stories, so I know I've got all the content and I'm not missing anything. I guess the short answer is some, but not all. I think that's the most important part of being able to navigate through these things. So I believe you'll find the right thing to do. Oh, thank you. I try my best. I'm a little bit of an achievement hunter, so if I play a game, I've got to do literally everything I can do. Well, Natsuki instinctively starts to reject the compliment, but she can't find any excuse to do so. Thanks. Natsuki gathers her things, then she finishes her thought in a mumble. And I'm still glad I joined the club, even if it's weird sometimes. Monica smiles, but Natsuki turns her back and walks away before waiting for a reply. It was an unusual way for Natsuki to express her appreciation, but Monica knew what she meant. It made Monica feel like everything really was going to be okay. And that is the end of Side Story 1, Balance, and it looks like we got a new song. So it's hard for me to identify what the new song is because I do not have this list memorized. Nope, don't want to listen to that, thank you. Alright, gonna drink some water. Hydration station. Saving vocal cords one sip at a time. And then Balance Part 2. It's lunchtime. Sayori, who usually buys her lunch, is making her way to the cafeteria like any other day. The clamor and bustle of the students is drowned by Sayori's impeccable skill of zoning out. However, her imagination is momentarily interrupted by the glimpse of a familiar pink-haired girl. Hey, that's Natsuki! I never run into the other club members around the school. Natsuki! Sayori stands on her tiptoes and waves. Natsuki, who's busy walking and chatting with her friends, doesn't notice Sayori at first. Oh, Sayori, don't do this! No! Then she glances over in Sayori's direction. Sayori waves enthusiastically. Following her friends, Natsuki quickly ducks around the corner. Hey! She definitely saw me. Oh, poor Sayori! But she was talking to other people. That's not... secondhand embarrassment. Okay. Monica is the first to arrive to the club meeting, then Natsuki. Sayori, having glanced through the window to see Natsuki already inside, is unable to work up enough courage to enter. Yeah, exactly. It's so sad. Natsuki's been so distant with me. I was so stupid to think she ever wanted to be friends. She only got excited because she got to share her manga. But aside from that, she doesn't even like me. I should just go home today. Sorry, but do you plan on going inside? No. Why? I'm sulking. Oh. Well, I'm sorry for bothering you. Excuse me. Yuri! That's not how you react, Yuri! No, don't leave me! Oh, I'll stay here then. I don't want to go in. I'm afraid of bothering Natsuki. I saw her at lunch today, so I waved and called out to her. But instead of saying hi, she just ran away from me. Really? Not bad. Hey! Sorry, I'm sorry. That was a joke. It just sounded like something stupid that I would do from anxiety. From anxiety? Well, I just don't like attention being drawn to myself. Oh. Well, that makes sense based on the person you are. But Natsuki isn't shy like that at all. I thought we were friends. But it feels like every day she's just trying to distance herself more instead of get closer. It makes me feel like she was only spending time with me during the club because I was reading manga, but she doesn't actually want to be friends with me. Well, I feel like I'm missing a lot of context here. Was she in the middle of anything when you approached her? No, she was just walking with her friends. With her friends? Yuri pauses for a moment. How do I put this? Even Yuri picked up on it, and she is supposed to be the most socially inept one. Come on, Sayori. Aren't you supposed to navigate social interactions with ease? Isn't that your thing? Sayori, you are very fond of your friends, right? You always want to be spending time with them. Of course. I don't think there's anything more important to me. I mean, the best parts of my day are always with my friends. Besides that, I really hate being alone, so... You hate being alone? Sayori nods. We're very different people. I cherish my time alone. I wouldn't trade it for anything. So I think, well, if I was trying to have alone time and it was being threatened with an interruption, then it just would not make me very happy. Yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with Natsuki. She was already with her friends, not trying to be alone or anything. No, I think it's similar. Well, we're all friends in the club, but we have our own lives outside of the club as well. If you think about it, making new friends isn't some casual occurrence that happens on a daily basis. A friendship is an invitation to intertwine your lives together. But the capacity at which each person is ready to do that might be different. There are friends who just like to have fun together, and others who talk every day and share every detail of their lives with each other. I think when establishing a friendship, it's important to consider the comfort level of the other person. I mean, we don't really know much about Natsuki's life outside of the club. It could be that she simply needs to make friends at her own pace, rather than jump headfirst into a new commitment. Yuri being spot on! Oh my goodness. But that means I was really bothering her? I just really wanted to be good friends with her, so I treated her like one. Was I actually hurting her? I don't know. I'm sorry. My insight was really only based on what I understand about my own needs. I know! You can never tell with Yuri. Is she gonna fully understand everything that's going on, or is she gonna have absolutely no clue? It's like so weird that she just like totally got this situation despite not really paying that much attention to it. And Natsuki and I are completely different. So, why was I so selfish? Even if all that is true, then it still means I hurt her. I think I messed up. Yuri, with you, I think I was really careful to understand your needs when I was becoming friends with you. But I wasn't careful at all with Natsuki because she already seemed really social. I just took control of everything instead of looking for the right balance. Now I hurt her and she doesn't want to talk to me. How could I let myself do this? Sayori, I think that, well, there was one time you told me something about the way I saw things in my head being different from reality. It's easy to automatically jump to the worst case scenario, but I think it's more likely that Natsuki doesn't harbor any ill feelings towards you. So, I think if we were realistically consider the situation and how it would cause someone to feel, I'm bad at this. I'm sorry. You're a lot better at me than me at things like comforting and reassuring people. Suddenly, Sayori gives Yuri a gentle hug. You're the best, Yuri. Oops. She's not gonna call herself the best. You're the best, Yuri. I'm sorry for burdening you with this. You're trying so hard for me. You're such a sweetheart. It's not a burden. I enjoy listening to others. And my friends deserve happiness. Sayori beams. Well, I think I'm gonna give Natsuki some space. She should do what she wants. And if she does still want to be friends, then I'll learn her needs, and I'll match her boundaries. Yeah, I'm sure that's what's best. Okay, like I understand that Sayori needs to learn boundaries and all of that, but also Natsuki totally didn't express them. Like, she didn't express any boundaries, so it's not fair to expect Sayori to know. And Natsuki was being really mean. She was getting Sayori involved in her interests, but refusing to engage with Sayori's. Like, I think balance needs to be on both sides. Like, yeah, sure, Sayori needs to learn how to balance her needs with Natsuki's needs, but Natsuki needs to learn that too. It shouldn't just be Sayori learning a lesson here. I wish I didn't feel so awful and guilty. Exactly. You shouldn't feel completely at fault about this. Hi, Hatsumi. Are you my good boy? It makes me feel desperate, like I need to make it up to her by trying to make her happy. But that's not what she needs. I just have to tell myself that. It hurts, but I guess it means I still need to grow. I really want to grow as a person. If it's better for my friends, I want that. That's very mature of you, Sayori. Sure. Sayori hops up and down on her toes. Hi, Katsumi. What are you doing, man? Who's my good boy? Are you my good boy? Do you need some love? So, does that mean you'll be going home after all? Sayori shakes her head. That's a microphone, man. Don't do that. I need that to talk. You can't, you're not on radio here. You my good boy? Oh, you're gonna roll over? You want love? You want love, baby? Oh. Hey, honey? Simply a pancake? I think, Katsumi might need a little bit of a wipe down. I'm sorry, I would do it, but, yeah. I love you. He's got some stuff on his stomach. Just a little bit. Just a little bit. Like a dot. Sorry, our cat's been a little bit sick recently, so, I know, he's a baby, and I wish I could have kept cuddling him. But he needed to get cleaned up. Sayori shakes her head. I need to be here to show her that I respect her space. I'll just spend the club by myself today. Yuri nods in understanding. You can go in first. Okay. You're blocking the door. Oh! Sayori steps aside. By the way, before Yuri enters the club room, Sayori interjects. You said that you and Natsuki are completely different, but I don't really think that's true. I think you're actually really similar in a lot of ways. Yuri smiles and shakes her head. Sayori, that's absurd. You're very silly sometimes. Yuri turns and enters the club room. After a moment, Sayori follows. The clubroom is quiet. When Sayori walks in, Natsuki glances in her direction. Yuri smiles and gives Natsuki a quick wave before sitting down across the room. Yuri's face is already buried in a book. Dang, Yuri. Waiting for no one. Sayori decides it's best to continue the manga she was reading, so she pulls it out. However, it looks like Natsuki isn't reading today. There's a sheet of paper in front of her and is tapping a pen against her desk, staring at it. Ooh, are we writing today? Monika speaks in a quiet voice, unwilling to disturb the peace of the club room. She kneels down at Natsuki's desk. Stop kneeling at people's desks, that's so condescending. Maybe this is just me. I absolutely hate when people do that. Like, just stand and talk to me. Especially because Natsuki is short, and short people extra hate that. At least in my experience. Hey! Natsuki pulls the sheet closer to her and covers it with her arms. Sorry, I didn't mean to peek. Whatever. I just wanted to see how everything was going. It's fine. Natsuki replies dismissively. Yeah, so Monika, stop kneeling at desks. Chad is in agreement that you should stop doing that. He glances over at Sayori, who is focused on her manga. Monika follows Natsuki's gaze. I think she's mad at me. I'm busy right now. Ask me later. Monika falls silent. Natsuki looks back down at her paper. She inches her hand away from the top margin, allowing Monika to see. It says, to Sayori. Understanding, Monika smiles. She places a hand on Natsuki's shoulder and whispers softly. I'm proud of you. Aww. Natsuki looks away, but makes no motion to remove Monika's hand. Monika gives Natsuki's shoulder a quick squeeze before standing back up and pulling away. They are cute, though. The end of the club meeting passes. Yuri has already departed. So has Monika, after checking on Sayori and Natsuki to ensure they wouldn't stay too late. Sayori was determined to finish her manga volume before heading out, since the end was approaching. However, with Natsuki also staying late for an unknown reason, a silent tension hangs in the air. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet to put it away. You know, this is something interesting I noticed. In the side stories, Monika frequently leaves before other club members. However, in Act 2, she insists that we can't stay back with Yuri because as club president, she should always be the last out. Which I know in Act 2, that's her actively just trying to get time with us. But I think it's weird that she, chose that argument when she didn't abide by that argument regularly. Right? I mean, I guess she's just kind of grasping at straws to do anything in Act 2, though. After finishing the volume, Sayori brings it to the closet and to put it away. She slides it back onto the shelf while Natsuki watches. Then, Natsuki gets up and pulls it back out in order to return it to its proper location. I know, if the club members had, any control over themselves, then they would have pointed out that that was a weird thing for her to say. I mean, Natsuki did kind of point out how weird she was being, overall. Everyone actually did think she was being weird, so I guess that's true. Sorry. I didn't know where it's supposed to go. It's fine. Two fall silent again, avoiding eye contact. They both look like they're about to say something, but neither can break the silence. A moment passes. Well, I'll be on my way. I know! The blank Natsuki face, it's so terrible. It's so terrible. It freaks me out. It's not as bad as Yuri's eyes, but it still freaks me out. See you tomorrow. Sayori turns away to hide her pained expression, then walks away from the closet. If there was any proof Natsuki no wanted to be friends, this was it. Defeated, Sayori carries herself out of the club room. Once in the hallway, Sayori takes a deep breath and hits her palms against her cheeks to clear her head a little. Suddenly, Natsuki's stammering voice calls from behind. Natsuki? Startled, Sayori turns back around to face Natsuki. Oh, look at them, so cute! They're so adorable. You know, I always kind of thought their hairs were just different shades of pink, but it's starting to occur to me that Sayori might be a strawberry blonde. She's a strawberry blonde. They don't have both dyed pink hair. Natsuki dyed her hair pink, and Sayori's just a strawberry blonde. I always thought it was like just a different shade of pink. Natsuki fidgets and anxiously continues with a shaking voice. I have a lot of things to say. Me too. But you go first. Natsuki bites her lip and can't stay still. Well, first of all, oh, look at her, so cute. She cuts herself short, struggling to continue. Natsuki, this is the cutest face ever. Also, this is the only face she's made where she doesn't look like an actual 13-year-old. I know. I guess part of what always made me think that. This is my new favorite Natsuki face. I hope they give me this version of the CG. She looks like she's actually 18 kind of here. Trying to force the words out, she stamps her foot and hops up and down a little. I'm sorry for the thing I did at lunch, and I'm sorry for just being kind of mean lately. It's really hard for me to I'm not good at things that make me uncomfortable. Especially when it comes to like feelings and stuff. Oh, she's so cute. You know what? I just like this whole CG in general. Yeah, me too. But this CG right here actually does have her looking pretty mature. I mean, not like overly mature, but more than the stuff in the base game. I guess that's because in the base game they always have us looking down on her, right? As a tall guy, quote unquote. But this is angled like below her face, up. Right? So that might be adding to it. Like feelings and stuff. So, face burning, Natsuki clams up again. Instead of continuing, she simply holds up a sheet of paper for Sayori to take. Oh, another poem! Best place in the world. I love my bedroom. Yay, thank you! Analysis is my favorite part of things. I'm a total nerd. I love my bedroom. It's full of bright colors and soft things. The sunlight shines in and makes everything sparkle. It's the best place in the world. It has all my treasures, all my books, my collections, my memories. All of my dreams are born in this room. It's the best place in the world. It has all my secrets, all my failures, my fears, my feelings. Sometimes it feels so fragile that the door will break at the slightest touch, but it's still the best place in the world. But when someone knocks, I get scared. I brace my arms against the loose hinges. Please don't break. Don't come in. I'm not ready. It's my best place in the world. The knocking won't stop. I block the door with furniture. An eye peeks through the keyhole and I panic. I'm trapped in the best place in the world. I'm not ready to share my favorite place. I need to clean my secrets and make my bed to hide my nightmares. I need to touch them to put them away, to see them again. I have so much to do, and I'm not scared. Oh, I've got so much to do, and I'm scared. I'm not ready. But it's still my favorite place. I still want to share it. However long it takes, if you wait patiently, I'll eventually open the door, and I'll show you the best place in the world. Oh, this is a really cute poem, and it expresses what she means really well, I think. I think this is really well done, actually. It's a poem. Oh, Sayori looks so cute here. Look at that face. They chose great color blush to go with her blue eyes. That contrast is really something. But I thought... Well, I sucked it up so that I could work things out with you. Oh, Natsuki, you're so pretty here. Best girl. Agreed. And this CG, I think this is my favorite CG that I've got so far. Like, I could just stare at this forever. I'm gonna make this my background after we get out of here. So just be happy about it. Please? Sayori smiles deeply from the bottom of her heart. I'm happier than I could express. I feel so awful, but I'm so happy that you would do this for me. I actually realized before the club meeting today that I made a mistake. I got so caught up in the chance to get closer to you that I forgot to think about what you wanted. And that we probably have different ways we like to make friends. About, like, the friendship stuff. I mean, it's okay. I understand, so you don't have to force yourself to talk about it. Your poem did a good job, so don't force yourself if you're not ready yet, okay? Natsuki nods. You don't have to feel like you did anything wrong. It was my fault, and I'm sorry. Sayori, it's totally in character of her to take all the blame, but it's not accurate. I wasn't mad at you today or anything like that. I actually felt really guilty and wanted to give you space. I was thinking it's silly that I just approach you all the time, and that I should just let you approach me when you want to. Just whatever makes you comfortable. I respect that from now on. Friendships should always start with those things. With the right balance. Natsuki nods again. One thing about that. Well, I don't want to have to approach you all the time either. I just want it to be balanced, like you said. Sayori nods. I understand. We'll make sure of that together then. Oh, they're so cute. Well, anyway. Now the two of them have found common ground, Natsuki finds it easier to speak more freely again. I'm not going to be, like, sharing my poems all the time now, or anything like that. But I guess it wouldn't hurt to do once in a while. Only the best ones. See, this is a totally different girl than it was just in the CG. Different entirely, like a different look. I mean, it's the same, right? Pink eyes, pink hair, but this is a 13-year-old. And the other one looks like an actual, 17, 18-year-old. I love how they communicate, too. I think it's really good that they put in all these examples of healthy communication in here. It's just... Doki Doki Literature Club finds this really odd place, right? Where it's a horror game with terrible things happening. But the characters all pretty much interact very healthfully with each other, and Monika gives a lot of really good advice, when she's talking directly to the player during her, well, I don't want to call it the after story because that's the mod, but before you delete her, when it's just Monika, she seems like a really healthy person. Well, for the most part. And then in these side stories in the control simulation, it's clear that they all have really healthy communication. So it's just this really odd, like, liminal space between things that are healthy and things that are terrifying. I guess, like, between death and the best life. Which I think is kind of fitting, maybe, for an artificial intelligence-focused game. Maybe I'm not communicating that well, though. So you better like them, because otherwise I might change my mind. I like anything you do, Natsuki. I was just saying. More importantly, I have to tell you about my new boyfriend. Huh? Oh, from the manga. Wait, I need to guess who it is. You definitely won't be able to guess. Oh, hi. I'm sorry, I don't speak Spanish. No habla español. I do recognize the word Natsuki, though. I love Natsuki. But if you speak English, then I hope you're having a great day. I mean, if you only speak Spanish, I also hope you're having a great day, but I mean, you wouldn't be able to understand what I'm saying. Eek. But feel free to stick around, and thanks for the chat, and I hope you have fun and enjoy yourself here. You definitely won't be able to guess. The two walk down the hallway together. Oh, no worries. It's going really well. It's going really well. We're just doing some side stories on Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Having a lot of fun. We're about to finish Balance, and then we'll move on to the next one. I hope you're having a good day. Thanks for popping in. Oh my god, we have so much to talk about. Darn, I should have told you to save the last 2 chapters so I could see your reaction to the big reveal. Did I miss something? Oh, okay, I did not. We're good. Aw, you wanted to enjoy it with me? That's so cute. Oh, shush. And that's the end of that. But we got some mail. Look at that. Binary data in VM2. So VM2 is Project Libitina. I've made some headway with VM2. Don't get too excited, but it's still impossible to establish any kind of stable connection. Oh, you Google translated it? What does it say? Thanks, Ash. But it occurred to me that I could at least run a memory dump through some pattern analysis routines to see if we can decipher any digital data from their VM. I didn't want to hog all the server time on a hunch, but I have some preliminary results that could indicate the presence of binary computer systems. Oh! I see. Vision updates and the sun don't shine for me. Well, don't do that. Unless I'm misunderstanding, I think that's a metaphor for death, so I think you shouldn't die. Let's also try not to make like a overt sexual comments or anything. You're kind of riding a line with that one, I guess. But Natsuki is very pretty, and I like her a lot. Thanks for the translation, Ash. You're the best. Is cute. We just gotta keep a little. Yeah, a little bit. A little less heated. Where was I? Based on this, I'm going to schedule 3 days of server time next week to isolate any chunks of memory that appear to be binary data. If successful, we'll definitely be able to find some encoded text and get our first tiny glimpse of VM2. Don't mind me, though. Just keep going nuts on VM1, and hopefully I'll have more to share, too, soon. Huh. I don't really understand this. Well, binary is yes or no. So VM2 is starting to exist? I'm sorry, I don't quite understand. The one can Contros Alistor or Massacre? I don't know Alistor or Massacre. And let's talk about Alistor from like Has Been Hotel. Dock Flug. I think you might be using slang that I don't understand. I'm sorry. I really should get more caught up on slang and stuff, I guess. But I like Natsuki a lot. She's probably my most favorite written route. We'll come back to this once we get more information on VM2. Sorry. Oh, does that say your English is bad? I know some Latin. So if I'm going off of Latin bases, that says your English is bad. That's okay. I'm sorry I'm not fully understanding everything you're saying. Lo siento. I'm really sorry. I'm trying my best though. We're happy to have you here in chat. And I'm sorry if I don't always understand everything, and I'll try my best, okay? Pictures. Oh, we got new pictures. Oh, look how cute they are. And yeah, oh, she's the cutest. Look at her. We got new poems. Oh, a poem from Natsuki distributed at special events because we acquired all of her other poems. Let me take a selfie. Let me take a selfie. I'm so sorry. That song lives in my head as soon as anyone says that. Terrible. All right. I named my pen The Expression Express. My feelings aboard with a ticket to you. No room for stammers, no lies, no extra stops, no compromise. Station screaming by, attendant saying hi, one ticket to you, please and thank you. Take a headphone and doze, no bumps in the rails, just thumps in my heart, and loops in my letters, and clouds in the sky, and dreams in your eyes. Hey, wake up! The train has arrived. Expression Express, destination you. Choo-choo. Oh, this is so cute! This is a cute poem. I really like this one. I'm sorry. No habla español, lo siento. I don't know. I don't understand. My apologies. Oh, look how cute they are! Okay, I don't think this was the best scene from the CG, but it's still beautiful, and I'm gonna set it as my wallpaper. Oh yeah, that would be great. Oh. He's still being vulgar? Okay, well, yeah. Well, that's not great. Let's cool it down, Alistor, okay? I'm gonna give you a warning. You now me pretty, right? I don't know what that means. Are you... Wait. Let's just make sure we don't post anything else vulgar, okay, Alistor? If you do, I'm gonna have to, like, put you on a timeout, okay? I don't really want to have to do that, though, so let's just keep things, like, PG-13 here, okay? That wallpaper. Yes. But thank you for cooperating with me. There we go. Oh, they're so cute. I know, new wallpaper. I love them. They're adorable. Yes. It's your fault. It's whose fault? About what's whose fault? I'm a little bit confused as to what you're talking about. I'm sorry. What's next? We've got more side stories, right? Reflection, we've got 2 more. Reflection and self-love. Drink some water. Hydration, no one's dear. I'm a little bit confused, man. I'm real sorry. Oh, well, it is my chat, though, so I do have to worry. So I've got to make sure everything's, you know, going smoothly. So I am definitely going to worry about it, but let's just try and make sure everything is going to be fine. Yes? It is? Alright, man, don't take this the wrong way, but you're being kind of weird, and I don't trust that. And, I'm sorry if I'm doing this erroneously, but I think I'm gonna go ahead and ban you from the chat, just because I don't like the vibes that this is bringing in. I'm sorry. I hope you have a good day otherwise, though. Okay. That was weird, right? I didn't make the wrong choice there. That was... I'm not fully sure what was happening there, but I feel like I made the right choice. Alright, well, today's the last day of Doki Doki, at least. Alright. As long as I wasn't overreacting. I was having trouble, like, understanding exactly what was happening. I definitely don't want to, like, kick people for no reason, right? But That was... I don't know. You started saying some real ominous things there. I didn't like that. Hopefully Outer Wilds has less weirdos coming in. Alright. Reflection! Monica and Yuri! Woohoo! Moving on. Am I bothering you? No. Okay, just checking. It's hard to tell since you always look so into it when you're reading. It makes me scared to interrupt. BDSM stream and... gross. Ugh. Well, thank you for translating, and I'm sorry you had to read that. That's terrible. Yeah, we're not going to talk about that stuff on... This is not that kind of stream. I mean, like, being into that kind of stuff is totally fine, but I think it's more of a, like, private thing. And I want, you know, like, teenagers to be safe looking at this stream. I don't want my community to be, like, full of teenagers or anything, but, like, I don't want them to be in danger if they happen to fall into my stream, right? So, I think PG-13 is the way to go. Yeah, there is a place, it just isn't here. Thanks for being so understanding. Well, it's within my expectations to be interrupted when I read here. It's mainly when I'm by myself that I don't like it. That makes sense. I guess if you're here in the first place, then you're more ready to socialize, even if it takes a little bit of prodding. It's not so bad to be social if I let others do the work, so it can be healthy to put myself in a social environment every now and then. It's mostly difficult when I don't know anyone, or there are too many people, or everyone is being too silly for me to keep up with. Yuri glances across the room at Sayori and Natsuki. Sayori has her head cocked back and her mouth open, trying to catch pieces of a cookie that Natsuki is lobbing into the air, but the pieces keep bouncing off her face and hitting the floor. Maybe I should say something. No need, they just ran out of cookie. What a waste. That is a waste of a cookie. Eat the cookie, don't play with the cookie, it's a cookie. I would kill for a cookie right now. Like, actually straight up murder someone for a cookie right now. I don't mean that, that's a joke, but God, I would love a chocolate chip cookie. I know! A home-baked cookie. Oh, I miss my dad's cookies. He makes the best cookies. I should make some. We have stuff here. That's like so much work, though. I would love cookies. I need to stop thinking about this. I'm just gonna make myself sad. I'm just gonna make myself sad, and then I'm going to end the stream and not have any cookies and make myself even more sad. That's what's gonna happen, so I'm gonna stop thinking about it. They've really become good friends, aren't they? I'm happy. Sayori seems particularly good at making that happen. But the two of them are both on the energetic side, so I suppose it works out well. Yeah, come to think of it, you and I haven't had many chances to talk one-on-one, have we? Though, that may be partially my fault since I'm supposed to be the one engaging club members. Not at all. I've probably formed a habit of drawing minimal attention to myself. The responsibility is equally on me, at least, to display some openness to engage. Well, what about during times like lunch? Do you meet up with friends? I just read. Oh. But I like it that way. Feels nice to be carried off again after a morning of classes. You always read fantasy? Oh, not always. I suppose that's all I've read recently, but only because I'm in the middle of this series. There are still 2 more books after this one. I guess those long books suit you well, since you spend so much time reading. Well, fantasy may be my favorite, but after that, I'm more or less indiscriminate to genres. I'll read anything with depth and maturity. Oh yeah? Even like romance? Well, there are a lot of books that have elements of romance in them. Oh, come on, Yuri, you know what I mean. Monica lowers her voice. It's a guilty pleasure of mine, so I won't tell anyone if you do. Maybe more when I was in middle school. Aw, they're talking about smut. I mean, I was really lonely and people were mean to me a lot. So I just kind of felt like... Imagine if reading young adult novels still had this much stigma to it. I mean, now there's kind of a stigma, but it's a different kind of stigma, you know? The awakening of it all. Exactly. Please don't make me think about the past. Sorry, I just got super curious. You know, we should totally pick out a romance novel to read. That would be so much fun. Absolutely not. Really? Even if it was just between us? Try asking someone who has no shame. Like Natsuki. Ouch. Sorry. I swear I didn't mean that. Well, I guess it was my fault for pressing you. I'd like that for things in my past too. You know, things I feel too embarrassed to re-experience. She's so serious. She just needs to let loose and have a little bit of fun. There's nothing wrong with growing out of things. It happens to everyone. For instance, Natsuki's interest in manga reminds me quite a bit of how intense I used to be about my own interests. Absolutely not. How dare you suggest such a thing? I would never do that. It makes me think that she'll likely grow out of it too. Hey, were you talking about me? No, we were just... Oh, we were talking about how our interests have changed over the years. When did you get into manga, Natsuki? Like, a couple of years ago, I guess. I was already sort of into it before that, but I wasn't really going hard until then. Oh yeah? What was it that inspired you to get more into it? I don't know. I guess, let me think. It was after I discovered a series that I really liked. Yeah, I was just like, really fed up with a lot of things, and I got super into this one series that I really related to. I guess I had an edgy phase where I just hated everyone around me and wanted to be by myself. Hey, kind of like Yuri. Monica! Sorry. That's completely wrong, so... It's still cool that you both found your thing. They're almost like opposites, but it sounds like they helped you a lot through hard times. You know it. Wow, what the heck? Is that book even bigger than the last one you were reading? Oh, absolutely. Parfait Girls would, like, totally rock the shelves. Dan Salvato! Dan Salvato, you should make Parfait Girls. We would read it. Especially if it was secretly a horror. Of course it wouldn't be if Natsuki would make it, would read it. Make it happen! You know, I keep doing this thing I've noticed where, like, I want to make my voice sound, like, different, like I'm leaning into the mic, so I move this mic on my headphone real close to my head and lower my voice like this. But I'm not even using this microphone. I'm using this microphone. This is the microphone I'm using. Like, this does not do anything, so I'm not sure why I'm doing this. It's technically slightly longer, but not by very much. How high do you think it would go if you stacked up the whole series? Natsuki estimates by holding her hand high above her head, sizing up an imaginary stack. I should get one of those mangas that's like 50 volumes long, so that I can say I've read more than you. Not that I have the money for that. Please, that would hardly count when your books only have a few words per page. Yuri, mean. I know, I was just joking. This isn't a voice chat. That's cute though. It is muscle memory. I could never actually read books like yours. They're too boring for me. Yuri shoots a glare at Natsuki. It's not boring. Jill, I said for me, not for you. I can have my own opinion. I just think it's too convoluted. Sayori, are those from the floor? No, Sayori eating floor cookies? Honestly, if there was a cookie right now and it was on the floor, I might, like, debase myself that way too, because, God, cookies. I want one so bad. I need to stop getting distracted by the thought of cookies. Yeah, school's clean. Except for it probably isn't, because usually janitors clean after hours, and they go directly after school, so people have been walking on that floor all day. Gross. Also, watch your hands before touching any of my books. But my hands aren't dirty. Just do it. The oils are there even if you can't see them. Fine. Sayori trots out the door and Natsuki follows. Gotta think clean. Yuri, you look a little upset. What kind of nerve does she have to call my hobby boring? Well, she didn't correct herself. Hardly. She was so condescending. I don't mind if she thinks it's not for her. I already understood that it's not for everyone. But she knows well how much these things mean to me. So how about just leaving me alone instead of needlessly telling me the things you hate about it? I'm sorry, Yuri. You may be right. This won't be the last time people have strong feelings about what they like and don't like. Especially in the literature club. So I should figure out how to mediate discussions to keep them positive and constructive. For the record, I've always been impressed by the level of creativity in your books, and also your ability to get through them so quickly. Thank you. Okay, well, this is something that I'll have to think about and revisit. I'm sure I can help Natsuki find some common ground with you. Common ground isn't necessary. I just wish to be respected. That then. Either way, I'll do my best. Yuri, it's not like you respect her. I'm skeptical when it comes to Natsuki. I trust you, Monica, but I'm skeptical. Okay, everyone. Hold on. Hydration station. Water break. Man, the sunlight's really washing me out today, huh? We have a special club meeting today. As you know, the Literature Club is a place where we get to share things that we're really passionate about. But that also means we should be mindful of how we respond to each other's feelings. I think we have a chance to turn our differences into positive energy for each other. Aren't you being a little dramatic about this? Oh, thank you. I think I look a little bit too bright. What I need to get is one of those cameras with like an auto dim function. I look like I'm like Edward from Twilight, sparkling in the sun. This is important to me. Well, sorry, I just feel like I'm being accused or something. No, I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm sorry if I came off that way. But our conversation yesterday made me reflect on the power of language, and I thought it would be a good topic for the Literature Club, don't you think? I'm sure we're going to have differences in opinion a lot, so I need to make sure we're prepared to keep up a positive atmosphere in the club. If you say so, sure. The cool thing about language is that it gives us lots of different ways to express the same idea or emotion. We have a lot of control over how we want the other person to feel when receiving our thought. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversations, basically anything. Aw, that's so sweet. Yeah, I would definitely do that if, you know, I was affiliate, but I'm not. Once I get 50 followers and an average of 3 viewers, then I'll definitely have subscriptions and stuff like that active, but right now that's just, like, literally not an option. One day, hopefully. But that is a really sweet sentiment. I appreciate that. I need to get my Prime subscript hooked up. I have Prime, but for some reason my computer is telling me I don't. So I need to get that figured out. This goes for poetry, narratives, casual conversation, basically anything. For example, Sayori, what's your favorite food? I have them organized by category. Should I start with snacks, or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Aw, that's so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. Man, I'm gonna make you publicity manager. You're amazing. Thank you. That's so awesome. Well, I hope they stop by. If they don't, no big deal. But that's nice. Should I start with snacks, or do you mean full meals? Should I include breakfast? Oh, geez. Okay, how about your favorite fruit? That's easy. Cherries. Really? I always thought cherries tasted nasty. What? Cherries are delicious. Whoa, that's a pretty strong reaction. Well, I just don't understand how somebody could think cherries are nasty. How does it make you feel? I don't know. Sad? Defensive, maybe? Yeah, I got defensive. See, the reason you had such a strong reaction wasn't just because I don't like cherries. It's because you felt like your opinion was under attack. But that's weird, right? Something like taste is completely subjective. But when I say something like, I think cherries taste nasty, I'm using objective language. I'm challenging Sayori's reality that cherries are delicious with my own, which is that cherries are nasty. Wait, hold on. How is it objective when you just said it was only your own opinion? It has to do with the way our brain interprets the words. This is actually a really great lesson. I think about this a lot while I'm writing or when I'm trying to communicate something. I think word choice is one of the most important choices you can make, almost more than the actual idea you're trying to communicate. If you've got a great idea but you communicate it poorly, then you might as well have not had the good idea. You're talking about the reality of the cherries, not your feelings about them. Like, Sayori. Let's rewind for a second and pretend I didn't tell you that I think cherries are nasty. Good. So, what if instead of that, I said, like, I've tried cherries and they're not for me. It's not the kind of flavor that I enjoy. Well, that's fine. As long as you don't call them nasty. Nasty is a nasty word. Okay, so cherries was kind of a weird example, but I think it gets the point across. This time around, instead of talking about the cherries, I just talked about my feelings, and Sayori didn't get defensive. Aw, you're so sweet. I'm so happy to have you around. Are you kidding me? I love chatting with you. And I'm so happy that you feel comfortable with here and I'm doing a good job. Even if the community I built just ends up being a place for you and people like you to just be happy and it never becomes anything bigger than that, then I still will have done what I wanted to do with this. Plus, you let me actually talk about the games and like the art and the analysis and the hidden details and stuff. And most people get really bored when I talk about that stuff. So I'm really happy, and I'm really glad that you're in it for the long haul, because I am also in it for the long haul. So instead of clashing with each other, it's like we received an invitation to talk about our differences. Yuri, you don't need to take notes. I'm not going to quiz you or something. Thank you! I hope so. I'm having a lot of fun with it. I like talking with people about the games while I'm playing. It, like, brings a whole nother level to it. And it makes me feel really good that you've got so much confidence in me. Thank you. Sometimes I feel like I'm a little bit too awkward. So. I know that. I was just... Sorry, I didn't mean to call you out. You can do whatever you'd like. But does anyone have any thoughts so far? Yeah, I just feel like I shouldn't have to put all my language through a filter just to protect someone's feelings. Well, you don't have to. The choice is yours on how you want to come across to other people. I'm only suggesting it as a tool to help turn your differences into a positive experience rather than an argument. See, this is a great way of thinking about it. A lot of people are like, well, why should I have to put an effort to communicate this issue when it's other people's problem that they're taking offense to a subjective issue? But really, when you're trying to communicate, it's on both parties to, one, take things in good faith, but two, communicate in good faith. You don't have to put everything through a filter like Natsuki is complaining about, but if you care about the person and you care about your communication with them, it means a lot to make an effort to communicate them in a way that's actually effective rather than a way that's just, you know, showing that you don't care about how they perceive you or what they think about the things you're saying. Right? Like, if you care about someone and you care about their opinion of you and you care about their opinion in general and you care about their feelings and you care about them feeling respected, then I think it makes sense to put a little bit of extra effort into what you're saying rather than just thinking, well, I shouldn't have to try. Like, that's such an immature way of looking at it, in my opinion. I think that's a big problem nowadays, where people get, like, upset with either PC culture or even just people who don't want to have to think about ways that they phrase things. You putting things through a filter isn't an and not even a filter is a bad way of putting it, but you rephrasing things so that they work well for other people doesn't mean that you've, betrayed yourself, as long as you're still saying what you mean. It just means that you're showing that you care about others. It's expressing a little bit of compassion. And if you can't afford to do that, or you think that your rights are being infringed on, then I think you have bigger problems than filters. Obviously not speaking to you specifically, Ash. This is just something that's on my mind a lot, so I like talking about it. I like thinking about ways to communicate with people. It's something that fascinates me. That's part of why I got into writing at first. Right, Sayori? Whatever you say, cherry hater. Oh, come on. Sayori, I actually like cherries. I was just saying that to help demonstrate. What the heck? I've been duped. I'm sorry, Sayori. I'll make it up to you later. Trying somewhat cater someone's on yours. Yeah, exactly. I think that as long as you're honest, it still makes sense to try and communicate with someone on their level or using words that would appeal to them. Yeah. She wants to take being herself to a level where I think you should always be yourself. I'm not trying to say you shouldn't. But there's a difference between just be yourself and don't care about other people in the effort of being yourself. Right? Like, you can still be considerate. That's not stopping you from being yourself. It's just, putting in a little bit of effort for the people around you. And I think it's a good practice. Everyone should put in effort to communicate with other people, and that'll lead to things just being better for everyone. How about a cherry sundae? You are welcome to dupe me anytime, my beloved president. Buying your people's loyalty. How deplorable. Oh, like you had turned down a free sundae, Yuri. You were certainly a fan of those cupcakes I brought in the other week. That was. I was reading and not keeping track of them. Oh, that's enough. We're getting off topic. Now I want a sundae and cupcakes and brownies and chocolate. I just want some sweets. I would die for some chocolates. She acts like she's got a superior... I know, sweets. She acts like she's got a superiority complex, but I really think she's got an inferiority complex. She thinks she's worse than everyone and thinks that everyone's going to look down on her because she thinks that she, on some level deserves to be looked down on. So she overcompensates and then comes off as the opposite. At least that's how I perceive it. I have the same problem sometimes, so I understand it. I can kind of be seen as like a know-it-all because I'm so scared of people thinking that I'm stupid that I go out of my way to make sure everyone knows how smart I am, and then I just come off as a dick, right? It is. It's like a shield. So now that we have the gist of it, how about we try it with something more relevant to the club? Like manga, right? Let's try to have a productive conversation about our differences in opinion. Yuri, do you want to start? Well, I'd rather not, no. Aw, how come? Well, because I don't see how anything productive can come from that. It's just going to start a fight. Thank you, that's very sweet. However, that's not always the case in my day-to-day life. I mean, I'm having a lot of fun here, but I am still performing to an extent, right? So in my day-to-day life, I do definitely sometimes come off as a dick. I'm not much different in my day-to-day life, but I am definitely a little bit more cheerful and less blunt here, I think. No, it'll be fine. That's why I'm here to moderate. Let's just have a calm and rational discussion. Yeah, give me a little more credit. I'm not a child. You don't have to coddle my feelings. I always think it's more respectable to just speak your mind. Respectable. Yuri's expression changes at that word. As Monica recalls, being respected was the crux of the matter for Yuri. Well, the point of the exercise isn't exactly, it's fine. I have nothing against anyone personally. You're entitled to enjoy whatever it is you like. I just prefer more depth and nuance in my reading material. I look for stories that are imaginative and sophisticated beyond the surface level. See, she's doing exactly what she's not supposed to do here. Because she's saying that her stories are more imaginative, more sophisticated, more deep, more nuanced. Rather than saying that, you know, manga just isn't for her. Or she can't see the depth and nuance in it. She's doing exactly what Monica was trying to teach her not to do. Oh, well, that's just a misunderstanding then. I thought you were going to say that manga's for children or something, like I don't hear enough of that. But there's plenty of deep manga. I'm not clueless about manga. I've read my own fair share when I was younger. What? Are you serious? How come you never told me? Because I'm past that point in my life, and I really prefer not to revisit it. I prefer more mature things now. See, and here she's saying, manga is immature. Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Can I jump in here? Let's try to keep things subjective. Because if you imply that manga is immature, then aren't you implying that someone is immature for being into it? Yeah, she's being condescending. She isn't quite, getting this. Well, maybe it's immature to judge people for having different tastes than you. Natsuki. Nobody's immature. I've read Natsuki's manga and Yuri's fantasy, and I love them both in their own way. Okay. It's great that you like it, but I still find it boring. Boring isn't subjective. Neither of them are getting this. They're saying, I find it this, rather than saying, I find it this is saying, it is this to me. Which, I see their point in saying, well, it's just an opinion, right? But, yeah, they're more similar than they think they are. Okay, it bores me. That's subjective. But, the thing about this is ridiculous. You see why I didn't want to participate in this? I knew it was just going to make people upset. I'm not upset. Like I said, I don't care what other people think. But I always got the impression that you secretly looked down upon me, so I'm glad my suspicions were confirmed. That's not true at all. You're making assumptions. You can't blame me for getting defensive, and nobody has ever had the least bit of respect for the things that I'm into. The only thing I look down upon is when people make fun of me for just being myself and trying to mind my own business. What? Have you looked in a mirror? See? They're really just the same person with different interests and different ways of approaching them. Tell me again about respect after calling all of my interests immature. You can't... Please stop. Oh, Sayori's crying. Please? You don't mean all the things you're saying right now. Let's just be friends. That's not how it works, Sayori, but I appreciate her crocodile tears. Look at that shit. Right away, a smile. She does. She cares about them so much. She's also manipulative as hell. She's good at it. I didn't mean for this to happen. Well, it did. But please don't invite yourself to try and solve other people's problems next time, okay? She does. She knows what she's up to. This seems to be Monica's problem, is that she keeps trying to solve other people's problems. But the reason they're not solved is because no one listens to her. So... Yuri's piercing words send the clubroom into a choked silence as she gathers her things. She leaves. Holy crap. I've never heard her sound like that before. She must be so pissed. Well, you weren't very nice either, so... I was just saying. How did this happen? It's my fault. Yuri wasn't wrong. I shouldn't have tried to moderate a conflict when I know how bad I am at dealing with conflict. It was a really stupid thing for me to do. It's nobody's fault, and it wasn't stupid. Everyone in the club is a nice person. No one would have expected this. But I guess we're sensitive about the things we really love. Honestly, she kind of brought it upon herself. Like I said, I don't care if you're not into manga, but if you actually look down on other people for it, that's kind of the point I was trying to make in the first place. It's not about sugarcoating things, it's about just recognizing and understanding our differences. Okay, but here's the thing about that. Yuri actually looks down on me. It has nothing to do with her word choice or anything like that. So I see what you were trying to do, but I really think the problem here is her, not just like the way we talk to each other, right? She's not wrong. Like, she isn't wrong. I mean, Yuri isn't like that. She's a lot sweeter than you're giving her credit for. I'm sure she'll be reflecting on this. I actually think everyone should. It'll be fine. I'll figure something out. Wow, I'm just like saying that instinctively. Monica is so me-core. If I don't know what to do, I'm just like, I'll figure it out. I've got it. It's fine. I'll figure it out. This is why I love her so much. I'm just setting myself up to cause more problems. This wasn't your fault, Monica. You don't have to beat yourself up over it. If you ask me, it's good that the truth finally came out. Because I can just move on now. But count on me. It is. It's just instinct. If you're used to being the one who figures things out, then when something goes wrong, you have to believe that you can figure it out, right? It's fine. I promise. Let's just get our mind off this, okay? In fact, it's a good opportunity to read some manga without having to worry about feeding Yuri's superiority complex. Don't be mean. I'll talk or read manga or whatever you want, but don't be mean to my friends, okay? Sorry. I'm just bitter. Everything will be okay. I mean, I don't have the answers, but I at least know that we're all good people and don't want to hurt each other. This will be a learning experience. Monica says that, but her uneasiness is given away by how much she has to force the reassuring tone in her voice. This was bound to happen eventually. Natsuki and Yuri have always engaged with each other the least out of anyone, and this is the reason. As Sayori and Natsuki proceed to distract themselves with manga, Monica sighs to herself, unable to shake her worried thoughts. Will the club really have to just come to terms with the fact that some members will be incompatible with each other? Monica desperately doesn't want to admit that, and she knows Sayori doesn't either. But for once, a solution doesn't seem to be in sight. Hydration station! I need water. Alright. Music, we got a new song. I don't know what song we got, but we got one. Reflection Part 2. Hold on. Oh, we only have one more after this. That's not too bad. I listened to Candy Hearts once, and I think it came on a second time, but I'm not sure if I finished it. I just put it on as the background music for the starting soon thing. I'm gonna put it on again when we are going through the files and stuff. I don't think I unlocked the secret for it yet. I know there is a secret connected to it, but I don't think I've unlocked it yet. But that's gonna be on repeat while we're doing the files, so hopefully that'll work. A new day arrives. Sayori arrives at the clubroom earlier than usual. That is, not late. As she enters, it appears to be empty still. So she sits down at a desk and pulls out a sheet of paper, primed to jot down her thoughts. Sayori has made a habit of her scribbling her thoughts and feelings onto paper whenever possible, as it tends to serve as her best inspiration for poetry. My heart feels vacant because a ship sailed away. Yell. Yeah! Natsuki? Natsuki pokes her head out from behind the closet door. I'm not gonna lie, I've been having a lot of fun doing the anime girl noises. They're fun to do. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. But it would have been a lot more awkward if I didn't say anything. I doubt you want me listening in on your poetry thing. Yeah. Thanks for realizing that. Should I let you finish that up then? Oh, no, it wasn't. I mean, I just do whenever it's convenient. You're not interrupting. Thank you. Thank you. I try my best. It's killing my voice, though, so I'm glad for the break tomorrow. There'll be way less voice acting in Outer Wilds, unfortunately, because there's way less reading. But, you know, I actually used to be into voice acting. I got cast in a podcast once. It never went into production, though, so that kind of sucks, but it was fun. Yeah, it'll be nice to give, well, maybe not my voice a break, but changing tones all the time of it would break. Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. It didn't go the way I wanted it to, obviously, because it never went to production, so it doesn't exist, but it was a cool validation, and it was a cool experience. Where's Monica, by the way? Oh, she's out in the hallway. Huh? Why? Well, just in case she runs into Yuri. Yuri is too nervous to come into the club room by herself, so... Oh. Jeez. Does Yuri really let things bother her for that long? She can't control her feelings. For some people, it's really hard to cope when you get a bad thought in your head. Maybe you can distract yourself for a little while. But as soon as it's just you and your thoughts again, it comes back. I just want us to have a normal club meeting. It's a lot easier to pretend like it never happened if we all just ignore it and move on. Yeah, but that's not actually solving any problems. Thank you. Oh, alright, take your time. Kisses. Mwah. I don't want to be bothered by this. It's so stupid. Her opinion of me doesn't matter anyway. Besides, it makes me feel really guilty, and I hate that too. It's okay to have feelings. It doesn't make you weak. Let's figure this out together. Fine. Only because you're good at this stuff. Let's try to come up with a happy scene. Maybe that will help us understand where your bad feelings are coming from. Well, I was happy with the way things were before. We had to... What? Well, I was happy the way things before we had to have that conversation yesterday. Wow, I butchered that sentence. What part of conversation made you upset? Was it Yuri being mean about the manga? Maybe. I doubt it, though. Because my friends and other people make fun of manga all the time, but I just brush it off and ignore it. But something about it really got to me this time. And I hate that I'm letting that happen. Is it because it came from Yuri? No, why would that matter? I mean, well, maybe. I hate that she thinks she's so much better than me, just because she likes to pretend to be all sophisticated. Yeah, that's what it is. At least other people decide that they don't like me, or manga, or whatever. But Yuri acts like she's too good to even give it a chance. Sorry? Everyone deserves a chance. Yeah, exactly. Would you give Yuri's books a chance? Ha, after this? Obviously not. What about before this? Well, I would until I got bored, which wouldn't take very long. But if you actually keep an open mind, then it's not hard to realize that a story can be deep and meaningful without being needlessly complicated. I see. But you know, I like Yuri's books. Yeah, but you like manga more, right? Yuri shakes her head. I like them both. I like them in different ways, but I like them both. I mean, the manga, it's really honest and fun and easy to just let go with. And the fantasy has a lot to interpret and uncover, and it's really rewarding to have some good quiet time together with it. But the most important thing is that both the manga and the fantasy are true to themselves. So, I love them both. And I think there's room for both of them to be in the same club together. I just feel like maybe they have more in common than you would think. How do you get along with everyone so well? I always get into fights with people. Like, first it was with Monica when I was new to the club, and then it was with you, and now it's Yuri. And I'm always like, oh, that person is being such a jerk, and if they just realize that, then we could at least get along. But nobody else has this problem. I just keep running away from the reality that everybody's just a jerk to me because nobody likes me. And I don't know why, and I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what's wrong with me. I hate it. Oh, Natsuki. Natsuki. Sayori puts a comforting hand on Natsuki's shoulder. You're a wonderful person. You deserve to be loved as much as everyone else. I know, she's so sad. And welcome back. Everyone has different ways they like to communicate, you know? And sometimes that makes it harder for us to understand each other. I think that sometimes we get lucky and we make friends who are really good at the same kinds of communication, and it feels like you magically connect with them. But other times, even if both people are really nice, it's easy for them to misunderstand each other or get the communication wrong. It's something that Yuri struggles a lot with, too. It can be really hard. It takes a lot of, reflection and self-awareness and vulnerability. I am bad at that one. Vulnerability. I always have to be the strongest. What do you mean? Tell me about that part of you. Sayori, group therapist. Well, it sounds stupid, but I'm really used to people being mean to me. Like, my friends, and I guess my dad, when I don't get good grades, or even stupid things like if my room isn't clean. So what am I gonna do? Cry about it? If I let myself get upset, then it's just letting them win. I'm better than that. I'm better than all of them. So, things always have to be everyone else's fault. It feels like if something goes wrong, and there's even a tiny hint that it might be my fault, then... I know. If she isn't strong, then she's weak, right? And it's not safe in her for her emotionally or maybe physically to be weak. I just get really angry, and I find ways to blame everything else instead. Do you see yourself as better than Yuri? If I said that, then I would just really sound full of myself. No. Our thoughts and our feelings are two different things. Even if we don't like our feelings, we have to understand them if we want to learn more about ourselves. That's a part of vulnerability, you know? Accepting that we have feelings that we don't like. I hate that. My feelings make me a bad person. Because my feelings just want to tell me that I'm so much better than her. That she's a judgmental know-it-all who's stuck in her edgy phase, and that I'm just way above that garbage. But I'm terrible for feeling that way. You're not terrible. You are not your feelings. But you are not your feelings. Say that to yourself, out loud. Fine. I am not my feelings. The way that I like to picture it is that those feelings are like your roommate. You live in the same house, and you gotta see each other every day. And even if you can ignore each other most of the time, you're gonna run into each other every now and then, and it's gonna make you feel like poop. So, the other option is to get to know each other. You can communicate and learn from each other, and maybe even help each other change for the better. Does that help you understand? How do you know so much about this stuff? I just have a roommate that can be really hard to get along with. Oh, Sayori. Well, depression. Depression? But you're like the happiest person I know. I am not my feelings. Oh, Sayori! Aha! Killing me. You're so... I know, she is a poor thing. I want to be a good person like you. Aw, you little sweetheart. We're all good people. You and Yuri and Monica. And I think Yuri will eventually learn that about you. Natsuki remains silent, feeling a little overwhelmed. Despite Sayori's kind reassurance, a complicated mixture of pain and sadness seems to fill her, as though flowing from a wound inside her. Was it a result of her vulnerability? No, it wasn't as though she was inflicted a wound after becoming vulnerable. It was as though she began to rediscover an old wound, One that cannot simply be bandaged and left alone any longer. Oh, Natsuki. Yuri, what are you doing all the way over here? I was looking for you. Please don't yell at me. Oh, she looks so scared. She's so scared. I know. I wish there was too. She's already depressed. She always had depression. Monica even tells us that straight out in the base game. But it's really interesting to see her handle it so well here. And I hope Monica does actually help her get into therapy. You know, before she realizes she has elevated permissions. Oh, I'm not going to yell at you. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry about what happened yesterday. It was unfair for me to put everyone on the spot like that. Next time, I won't just try to jump in and solve everyone's problems. I guess it's a bad habit of mine. You're not mad at me? I thought you were the one mad at me. I was so awful yesterday. Yuri curls up, recalling the details of the argument. I can't even have a normal conversation without saying something wrong and making everyone upset. Hold on, that's not what happened at all. Let's talk about this, okay? Yuri pauses for a second, then manages a nod. Monica takes a seat next to her on the staircase. I'm having a lot of negative thought patterns, and I can't get away from them. What kind of negative thought patterns? Like, everyone hates me, especially Natsuki. Oh, that's terrible. I don't think Natsuki hates you. How do you know? Well, because... Monica thinks back to the time she herself found herself in an altercation with Natsuki, and how a display of maturity from Monica was enough for Natsuki to reevaluate her own feelings as well. I think that Natsuki is just naturally defensive. I think she acts mean when she feels the need to protect herself. But, you know, she's really not a bad person. In fact, I think she can be really thoughtful and considerate. She's just, well, I guess the way it works is that she wants to receive some degree of kindness first before she feels comfortable returning it. Oh, but that means the burden is on me. And I don't know how to say things that make people like me. Every time I open my mouth, I just... Yuri shakes her head at herself and tugs on her hair. It's okay, Yuri. You don't need to beat yourself up. I think anyone would like you if they had the chance to get to know you. Well, unfortunately, the opposite is true. That's why I'm not talkative anymore in the first place. Because everyone used to think I was weird and talk about me behind my back. That's just what happens when I draw attention to myself. Natsuki even said she found it more respectable when people speak their mind. So I did, and then she hated me anyway. You know, honestly, I can't get over this game's obsession with the word hate. Guys, it's not love or hate. There is a whole spectrum in between that. And why does no one seem to know that? That was enough to confirm my fears. But Sayori and I like you, and we've gotten to know you a lot by now, right? Yuri doesn't seem to have a response. Hey, what do you think of Natsuki? I don't want to think about her. That's not what I meant, really. I just... Yeah, don't like, can't stand anything other than hate. That's just, it's... Hate is something when someone's done something, like, bad to you. Not just insulted you. I'm trying to think of someone that I hate. There are people theoretical that I hate, obviously. But I can't think of a specific person that I know that I hate. Even people who have done really awful things. I don't hate them. I don't like them. I don't want them around me. But I don't think there's anyone that I could name that I hate, like, specifically. That I actually know in real life. So I think it's weird that they just jumped to the hate right away. I just... I was wondering if you had an opinion of her. I do. What is it? Natsuki seems to bring out the worst in me, and I feel really ashamed of it. Yeah, we don't get along. They hate me. That's not... I don't even think I did that in high school. I think that was like a middle school thing for me. But I could see high schoolers doing that, and it is good to remember that they're still in high school. To be fair, I wasn't part of a lot of high school drama, though. I was not very social, so it was just like me and the two people who got along with me, so there wasn't really much drama there. I like to think of myself as a fairly sophisticated person. So for someone to just treat me like I'm inferior, despite my tastes, that's just the worst kind of insult coming from someone like her. I see. Well, you know, everyone grows up at their own pace. I'm definitely still not fully grown up. I'm very immature sometimes. I like to think that I'm emotionally mature. But, you know, I think that's just because I like to think that, right? But everyone else seems to like her, so the only explanation is that it's me who's doing something wrong again. And my feelings about her are wrong. And I'm wrong to get upset over something so childish and inconsequential. No, Yuri. Feelings are never wrong. Well, they're not right. That's the thing. Feelings are never right or wrong, you know? They're just a state of being that we don't always have control over. Well, you're never too old to be a kid. But that doesn't mean they have to control us. I feel like that's something I learned around when I first started the club. We can hate ourselves for feeling a certain way about things, or we can, you know, just acknowledge that they exist and try to understand them better. I could never be mad at you for just feeling a certain way. It's about how you handle them. And I think working through feelings is a great opportunity for teamwork. Yuri wears a dejected expression. You make it sound so easy. You're so mature. So good with people. I feel like such a child in comparison. Oh, Yuri. I'm far from perfect. But these are learned skills. They didn't come naturally to me either. It's really hard to, reflect on yourself and separate your feelings from your thoughts. I just want to be a good person. Well, I think it takes a good person to get this far. That's not good enough. I want to be able to communicate it with her. Communicate what? How I feel. How it makes me feel frustrated and upset when she's so negative and dismissive of the things that mean so much to me. And how it reminds me of me. Because I know it's what it's like to feel misunderstood and angry at everyone. I know it's telling yourself you're better than everyone else is just a defense mechanism. We're just people. We're fragile and unstable. But I'm just tired of that getting in the way. I can't stand it when the peace is disturbed like this. Yeah, you can't focus on your reading when the peace is disturbed, right? Because the literature club should be happy for everyone. Monica looks at Yuri in adoration. In adoration! Do you see that? Adoration. You don't look at a friend in adoration. I mean, you could look at a friend in adoration. That's just, it's real strong for someone she's known for a couple of months. I feel like Sayori must be rubbing off on me, because I really want to hug you now. Sorry. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable. No, I mean, well, if you wanted to, then I wouldn't really mind, so... Monica pulls Yuri into a short embrace. You're so gentle. And I love when you communicate your feelings. I feel lucky to get to see that side of you. And I'm sure Natsuki will too. I'm going to write her a letter. Oh, a letter? What a great idea! Yes, I agree. They've got a lot of affection platonically for each other, and if people just see it platonically, that's totally understandable. I like seeing a little bit of romance in there, though. Just because I'm not good at talking, especially under pressure. I always let my feelings get the best of me, and I forget to say all the important things, and I say things I don't mean. They did write it that way. Well, I think a letter would be wonderful. Such a nice way to communicate. Yuri's face hardens with determination. People don't naturally gravitate towards me like they do for you and Sayori. My personality just isn't suited for that, and I wouldn't want it to be. But something I've learned is that friendships don't always just magically appear out of thin air. For instance, I never would have seen myself making friends with someone like Sayori. We're opposite in a lot of ways. But I'm friends with her because she put so much effort into understanding me so that we can get along. I think it was the same with you. You both gave me a lot of time and patience. And I wonder if she feels the same way. Natsuki? Yuri nods. I always thought that if I wanted to make more friends, I had to be somebody that I'm not. That there's a type of person or a magical formula I have to follow in order to make someone like me. And that's just like me to think that, always so occupied with myself that I fail to understand other people. Yuri shakes her head. Friendship happens when you think about the other person, when you offer time and effort to understand them and respect them and trust that they also want to be a good person. That's what I learned through my observations in the literature club. Observations? Monika is caught by surprise. Yuri has always kept to herself so much that it's so unusual to hear her suddenly talking about the club like this. But Yuri gently smiles to herself. You always let me listen to your thoughts about people. Sayori, too. And it makes me happy because I learn a lot of things. That's so sweet. I had no idea it meant that much to you. Monika never thought much of it, but in the past weeks, Yuri always seemed to be especially attentive when it came to the problems and concerns of others. Always wanting to listen and learn more about her friends in the club. It's true, Sayori and Monika are naturally more comfortable with other people and can more easily work through situations of conflict. But that doesn't make them better people. Everyone has strengths and weaknesses and the capacity to improve. And the first step towards improving oneself is reflection and self-awareness. It's something that Yuri never gave herself enough credit for, but that Monika can recognize as an incredible trait. And with that, her confidence in the club is restored. Oh, that's true! They've literally just been, like, living in this romantic kind of environment. And, you know, if they're in a game that's probably, you know, heteronormative, they think they've got to be into a guy. So as soon as a guy comes in, they're like, oh, this is why I've been feeling so loved and at ease in this classroom, is because the love is going to be coming from this classroom in the form of this guy. But it's not. It's from the other friendships that they made. And especially since the player character doesn't exist in the control simulation, the simulation where the side stories take place, they still experience romantic attraction, right? But only the four of them exist? What else are they going to do? A very shy girl with long, pretty hair is wandering the bustling lunchtime hallways, her fists pressed into her collarbone. Is this Yuri? We got it. We understand what's happening here. When she finds the literature club's president's classroom, she stands at the door, glancing all around her before peering inside. Monika is sitting and chatting with a group of unknown friends. Yeah, as expected. This was a bad idea after all. Suddenly, Monika glances toward the door, making the girl panic and duck out of sight. Before she can regain composure and decide for sure to leave, the classroom door gently opens. Oh, it is Yuri. Okay. Yuri? What a surprise to see you during lunch. Yuri squeaks a response. Please help me. What? Is everything okay? Yuri shakes her head. I don't know how to write letters. Thank goodness. I thought there was some kind of emergency. Monika briefly glances over her shoulder at her other friends. Do you want some help? We can go find an empty classroom or something. Is that okay? I feel bad taking you away from your friends. It's totally fine, I promise. We weren't really doing anything. One sec. Monika trots back to her classroom, saying something like, I gotta go, to her friends, then grabs the pen off her desk before returning to Yuri. Okay, let's find somewhere quiet. Oh, she's such a good friend. Yuri nods and follows Monika as the two of them set off. How are you today? Huh? Me? Well, yes. Oh gosh, sorry. I was just caught off guard. I'm doing well today, just tired. I never seem to get enough sleep during the week. How come? Oh, I don't know. I think I'm just easily distracted. I get really sucked into things and start neglecting the time. Me too. I do that too. Hey, this classroom's empty. Let's go in here. No, she doesn't do pleasantries. It would be kind of weird if she just started small talking, but it's so clear that she's trying. Because she did some reflection. After peering inside, Monika opens a classroom door and the two of them enter. Yuri's moment of relaxation ends. He watches as Monika pulls two chairs up to the same desk, then obeys as Monika beckons her to take a seat. She stares down at the empty desk. You nervous? I don't want to do this. We don't have to. We can come up with something else. Yuri shakes her head. It's my chance to do something good. I need to take initiative. Gosh, you must really be determined. I know how hard it is to step out of your comfort zone. I'll be sure to encourage you. Yuri pushes through her anxiety and grabs a handful of lined paper from her notebook. Then she picks up her pen. Oh, look at them! They're sharing a desk! Best friends. Okay, so we know that the chairs are attached to the desk. Because Natsuki couldn't bring one into the closet when she wanted to get her anime in the base game. So we know the chairs are attached to the desk. And we know that they're sitting next to each other. Which leads, the only conclusion that I can fathom is that they are sharing a chair right now. And I mean, like, we've all done that. We've all done that in high school. But it's just so cute. Hey, you're left-handed. That's neat. Yeah. Now I don't have to worry about bumping your arm. Oh, look, Monika's pen's got a little heart on the top. That is adorable. Hold on. Monika playfully rubs her shoulders against Yuri's. Look at that. Yuri's got a normal pen, but she's got a cute pen with a heart on it. It's so cute. Sorry. I'm just being silly, I guess. Anyway, how about we start by listing the different things you want to say to her? Yuri thinks. She does. She looks adorable. She's so cute. I love her eyes. Cutest girl. I do wish they drew the noses in a different style, though. I won't lie. The noses are kind of weird to me. It throws me off. I think that's part of why I like that Suki CG so much, is because they actually drew a nose for her for some reason. Like, it wasn't a dot. It was an actual, like, curved nose. We'll go back and look at it in a second, but... Hi! Yuri, best girl. She's not my best girl, but I'm so glad that you think that she is. She's real sweet. I do love her. I know! It's the little dot. This freaks me out. How are you doing, Freylorn? It's nice to meet you. Welcome into the chat. I hope you're enjoying yourself. We're doing some side stories on Doki Doki Literature Club Plus right now. I feel embarrassed all of a sudden. Aw, it's okay. How about some of the things you said to me yesterday? But, never mind. I guess I'll try. Yuri thinks for a moment longer, her tension evident. Then she writes the word reflection. Oh, I had a great weekend. I did karaoke and a bunch of arcade games, and I got a teddy bear from a claw machine. And, what else did I do this weekend? I went to a concert. It was a busy weekend, but it was a lot of fun. I had a blast. Natsuki is up there. I can never decide on a best girl. I love them all so much in so many different ways. It was great. It was awesome. I had a blast. This is about my reflection on our behavior. The key question is why we act like this towards each other, but I've been able to separately be friends with Sayori and Monica. That's me. Yes, it is. So, Yuri thinks. I've been able to befriend the two of you because you've taken the time to understand my needs and respect my interests. The same goes for Natsuki, too. We started off as pretty hostile to each other because I was so worried about getting what I wanted, but she just wanted to be respected more than anything else. Once I stopped making it all about me, she was able to do the same. I want to do that, too. So what kinds of things do you want to do? What kind of things do you want to do for her? I want to do the same things for her that I like to receive. I like when people respond positively to the things I talk about and not just brush me off. I like it when my feelings are taken seriously. And I like when you and Sayori trust that I want to be a good person, even when I'm not doing a good job at it. Let's write those things down. Okay. Yuri writes some things down. I think the most important thing to remember here is that Natsuki is feeling vulnerable, so we should make sure that the letter puts her first. It's hard when you're feeling hurt, but it never helps to just tell someone all the things that they're doing wrong. I think first you have to make sure that they know you're ready to respect them and listen to them, and admit the things that you feel you could do better. Then, finally, you ask what you would like in return. How does that sound for the structure? It could be 3 paragraphs, one for each of those points. I like that. My thoughts were so disorganized, I had no idea how to come up with any kind of structure. You're so amazing at these things. Oh, stop. You've done so much more than I have, you know? You spent so much time reflecting and being open-minded. That's the hardest thing for anyone to do. Oh, look at her blush. They're so cute. This is adorable. All I'm doing is helping you put it on a piece of paper. We don't have to question anything. So, I think you're the amazing one. Monica gives Yuri's hand a quick squeeze. But as she lets go, she's caught by surprise when Yuri curls her fingers to hook Monica's hand in place. Oh, they're holding hands! They're holding hands! My goodness. For a while, they sit like that in silence, save for the occasional scratching of Yuri's pen against the paper. Yesterday, you told me something that I'm thinking about a lot. What was that? The thing about how feelings aren't right or wrong, and that they're just a state of being we need to come to terms with. It made me think about how a person's behavior isn't always just how they decide to be. It's also made up of their past experiences and their insecurities. I think that helps me see other people as actual people, rather than as insignificant side characters who are out to get me somehow. Is that how you felt about Natsuki? Yuri nods. But in reality, everyone is always trying their best, and everyone wants to be happy. Monica peers over at Yuri's paper, but to her surprise, Yuri pulls it in closer, partially covering it with her arm. I have to be able to read it to help out, you know. It's okay. My thoughts are a lot more organized now, after being able to talk to you about it. Now that I'm actually putting it on paper, I realize I'd really prefer others not to read it. Yuri laughs softly to herself, a rare expression. I'm kind of glad to hear that, actually. I somehow keep finding ways to butt into this whole thing. I've done enough damage. But it's also been so wonderful talking about this. I mean, I always thought you were really smart, but... Yuri smiles. I will always be terrible at these things. People are just so incomprehensible to me. I'll never get the hang of being one. She's so real. She's so real. But Listening to you so much has really helped me make sense of some things. So just don't call it damage, please. Monica gives Yuri a gentle smile. Oh, they're cute. I can't believe I came to this club looking for fantasy geeks, and all I got was real friends who value me. Is that a joke? Of course it is. I still can't tell with you. Sorry. No, I love it. Please never change. As you wish. As you wish? Where have I heard that before? As I wish is code for I love you. As you wish. Oh my goodness. Yuri glances at the clock. We're almost out of time. Will you be able to finish? For the end of the day? Probably. But I don't want to come to the club the same day that Natsuki reads it. I'm too shy. I can give it to her instead, if you'd like. Yuri nods. As long as you promise not to read it. I know! Okay, Wesley, we get it. Of course, I promise. Thank you. Yuri exhales, and the two stand up. I'll message you when it's ready. Monica nods. Good luck. I'm here if you need me. Yuri returns a nod, and the two depart. Yuri's eyes still kind of freak me out, though, honestly, just because of the eye scene. Look at that. Look at this. Look at her nose. That's not a dot. That's a triangle. You see that? That's why I like this so much. That's what makes her look like an actual person. Look at that triangle. That's beautiful. And then Sayori is just a dot, which is sad. We got a new picture. Oh, Yuri, you're so cute. We have all the poems? Oh, look at that. We've got all the poems. The nose definitely makes a difference. There's this one. We've got 3 more of these to find. And 1 more of these. All right. Last side story. Last side story. Home run. Or home stretch? Home stretch. On the settings, check my percentage? Not yet. I was only going to check once I was like close to being done. 95. We're pretty close. Self-love, part 1. Right, let me drink some water really quick. I was so off on how much time these side stories would take. I really thought I could finish Monday, but it's been over 3 hours. I was even worried I wasn't going to have enough content left for a whole new stream session, but... Home stretch! Self-love. It's only been 1 day since Yuri's letter was delivered to Natsuki, with Monika's help. Because Yuri chose not to attend the club meeting that day, she and Natsuki haven't faced each other since. Although it's only lunchtime, Yuri finds herself anxiously counting the hours until she will need to face the outcome of her efforts, whether good or bad. And because the passing by of students was making her feel even more anxious, Yuri picked out the most secluded spot she could find to spend her lunch. I know, it's definitely a plus. It's like hours more. I'm loving it, though. I'm excited about this one. I mean, it's the last one. It's going to tie up the whole Yuri Natsuki thing, and I'm just excited. I'm really liking the side stories. I think they're adorable. And they feel way more safe than the actual game, which I know is kind of the point because it's the control simulation, but... Because this staircase is under maintenance, no student would have any reason for coming here. It's such a relaxing feeling to have a moment of solitude in the middle of a frantic school day. Eep. What are you doing here? I just... Yuri grips her book with enough force to wrinkle the pages beneath the pressure of her thumbs. Well, what are you doing here? I just came to get a drink from the vending machine. The other one is out of the drink I like. Yuri notices Natsuki fidgeting with a few coins between her fingers. She nods, avoiding eye contact. Natsuki, also looking away, shuffles over to the vending machine. It's so quiet that every one of her movements seems to reverberate through the entire stairwell. After far too long, she finally receives her beverage, which she then fidgets with in place of the coins. It's some kind of iced tea. But instead of leaving right away, Natsuki just stands in place. She glances all around her. It's like way too quiet back here. It's creepy. I mean, that's not what I meant, really. I mean, it's totally cool that it's your thing or whatever. Like, I can see how it suits you, so... Not because I think you're creepy or something. I didn't mean that either. You know, I'm just going to stop talking. That seems like a good idea. It's okay. Everything is okay. Yuri finds herself attempting some words of comfort after hearing Natsuki stammer herself into dejection. Seemingly in response, Natsuki approaches the base of the staircase and hesitantly sits herself down near Yuri. Well, I can leave if you want. Yuri shakes her head. Natsuki twists the cap of her drink and takes a sip. Despite receiving Yuri's general permission, Natsuki doesn't say anything more. Yuri continues to read, or at least pretends to. And the two just sit there for a long time. The tension seems to fade a little bit as time passes. Even without any words, this seems to mean at least something, though it's not clear what that may be. Lunch ends more quickly than expected. Natsuki is the first to stand up with her empty drink bottle. Are you coming today? To the club? Yuri nods. I'm sorry for being so awkward. I'm really bad at talking about this stuff. I just can't, for some reason. I don't know why. But I want to. Eventually. There's no rush. I promise. Thanks. Oh, they're cute. I love them. It's the next day. Natsuki appears from around the corner and steps up to the vending machine, glancing at Yuri as she does so. Today, she seems to be holding some kind of book as well. Oh, you're here again. Well, I just came here to read this, because there aren't any people around here. Oh? I thought you didn't like how quiet it was. Well, I don't, but there's no people here. Aw, she wants to hang out with her. That's so cute. I see. Natsuki sits down. The mood feels much different today than it did yesterday. This means she's ditching her mean friends at lunch, which makes me very happy. After yesterday's lunch and the club meeting that followed, Natsuki and Yuri are beginning to feel more relaxed around each other again. Although Yuri's letter is still lingering in the back of Natsuki's mind, she continues to detour around it. But it's okay that I'm here? Yeah, I don't care. I mostly just don't feel like dealing with the crap I get from my friends about it. I know, they were so mean. She needs better friends, and now that she's found them, she should just hang out with them and ditch the old ones. Especially since, like, they all just assumed I stopped reading manga after I joined the literature club. Not that I'm trying to hide it from them, exactly, but I just don't want it to come up again now after I've waited so long for this new volume to come out. Literally months at this point. You don't have other friends who are into manga? Not unless online friends count. And Sayori, but that's different because she's not exactly into it, she just likes it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Honestly, you're lucky that the books you're into at least just look like books, so you don't have to feel like everyone is constantly judging you by what you're reading. That would be so awful. Especially since I already hate attention so much. Well, it's a good thing I have thick skin, I guess. By the way, I would totally recommend finding some friends online if you haven't already. If you're like me and have no one to share your hobbies with. Oh, I have online friends. Since middle school, actually. I was especially desperate back then. I actually also have a group of online friends that I've known since middle school. Yuri, I see you. It's somewhat embarrassing to reminisce about those days. Sometimes I feel like the me from a few years ago would have benefited from a good smack across the face. Oh, whatever. We were all just stupid kids back then anyway. Some of the fanfics I wrote, thank God I use a pseudonym. But I liked it at the time. I got a lot of fulfillment out of it. And plus, I can look back and say with confidence that I've become a better person since then. So I don't think I would change anything. I wonder if a few years from now, we'll think the same things about our current selves. Haha, probably. That doesn't make you uncomfortable? No, of course not. I don't care what other people think of me, especially someone who doesn't even exist yet. Alright, here. Natsuki raises her hand to her face and forcefully slaps her own cheek. That's me from the future coming to terms with me right now. Also, ow! I didn't mean to do it that hard. Yuri doesn't seem to react. But then, to Natsuki's surprise, Yuri shyly looks the other way before lifting her arm and doing the same thing to herself, loudly smacking her cheek. She turns red and stares into her lap, but is unable to hide a smile, as though it was a really funny joke. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. I didn't know you had it in you. I don't. I don't even know why I did that. Maybe I thought it would be funny. Sorry, I keep distracting you. You said you were looking forward to reading, but I keep going on about all this nonsense. I'll let you get to your reading. Oh, right. Yeah, I guess I'll do that then. Alright. Sleep well. I look forward to seeing you next time. I'm gonna be back on Wednesday, or Wednesday for me, probably Tuesday night for you, I'm assuming. And we'll play Outer Wilds then. And I look forward to seeing you. Have a good night. Sleep well. Kisses. Mwah. The conversation ends quickly, and Natsuki opens her book. The two read silently for the remainder of the lunch hour. But the whole time, Yuri feels distracted by a twist of regret over having so abruptly forced the end of their conversation. You're back. Yeah, I'm here to lay low again. Another day has passed. During lunchtime, Natsuki finds herself having wandered to the stairwell once more. Hey, did you buy that? Natsuki quickly notices a bottle of iced tea on the staircase where she normally sits. Yuri nods, avoiding eye contact. What, like, for me? But you didn't know I was coming here today. What if I didn't show up? Well, I would have drank it myself, I guess. It was a stupid thing to do. No, it wasn't stupid. I just thought... Never mind. What I mean to say is, thank you. And that it's a really nice gesture. It's okay if you don't feel that way. I do. It was the other things that I didn't mean. I swear. Please believe me. Yuri pauses, then nods. Talking is hard. I get it wrong a lot too. So, I believe you. Natsuki exhales in relief. She then sits down next to Yuri and takes the drink. Knowing Yuri, she was probably overthinking it so much that Natsuki's tepid response filled her with self-doubt. I'll do something nice for you next time. Please, don't feel obligated. I want to. I want to do nice things too. Okay. Thank you. You can thank me after I figure out how to do something nice. I'll do it then too. Natsuki sighs. Nothing. It just reminds me of how I haven't been getting along with my friends lately. Is that why you've been coming here? Well, no, not exactly. I haven't been avoiding them on purpose or anything. There are just other things I'd rather be doing during lunch lately. I like being around them when we're all just having fun, but they also just can't take anything seriously. So when I'm, I don't know, feeling serious, then their attitude just really gets on my nerves. It's only gotten worse ever since I joined the literature club. How come? I don't know. I feel like I used to be really good with just putting up with it, but because it would be so stupid to cause drama over a joke I didn't like or something. But I just have a hard time doing that lately. Well, yeah, because you've learned what respect feels like. If you're getting respected and you've got good friends, you're not going to stand by the bad ones. But it's my fault for being overly sensitive. If I have a problem, I'm not going to demand for everyone around me to change. But, yeah, I know. Annika and Sayori really don't agree with that kind of thing. But they're not in my position, so it's easy for them to say that you should just communicate your feelings or whatever. It's not like my friend group does that kind of thing. I would just be making an embarrassment of myself. Sorry, none of this has anything to do with you. I don't know why I'm talking about it. It's okay. I like listening. What? Listening to other people's problems? Yes. That's weird. Sorry. I just like learning about people. You think it's weird? No, that's not weird. I probably just misunderstood, so... I don't know. Does that mean I should keep going? If you'd like. Okay. Well, I don't know what to talk about now. What are some things that you like about your friends? A lot of things. I mean, they're really fun to hang out with, like after school and on the weekends. And they really like my baking. And it's fun to complain about school together. They make me laugh a lot, and we have a lot of good memories and inside jokes. Oh, I'm bad at a lot of those things. So? Are those all things that are important to you? Well, kind of, but they're not things I need to get out of everybody. Everyone in the club is really different from that, but I'm still friends with them too. Well, Sayori really likes your baking, and she makes you laugh, and she complains a lot. That doesn't mean she's anything like my other friends. Well, unlike them, she's a nice person who cares about your feelings. Oh, say it, Yuri! Excuse me? How about you don't talk that way about my friends that you don't know anything about? Natsuki stands up. No, wait. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I didn't want to say something bad. Please don't leave. Natsuki sighs and shakes her head. It's fine. As long as you understand that you can't just judge people like that. I'm sorry. Natsuki sits back down. Yuri was right, though. She shouldn't have said it. She shouldn't have said it. But she was right. You can't just compare friends like that and, measure who's better than who. Everyone's different. I'm sorry. I just don't like people who want to hurt you. A moment of silence stretches between them. They don't want to hurt me. We just like to tease each other about stupid things. It's fun. I don't like that. Well, that's why I'm friends with them and you're not. You like it? Just don't worry so much about me. It's not worth it. I'm sorry. I wish I knew how to help with social conflicts. Like how Monica can. She's good at these things. Not really. Also, I don't always want help. Sometimes it's just stuff I have to deal with myself. That's what Monica and Sayori never seem to understand. Sometimes all you do is look at them wrong and they're like, "Aw, what's wrong? Is everything okay?" I just want to mind my own business sometimes and decide myself if I want to talk about things. The only one who understands that is you. So you really shouldn't be so hard on yourself. You're not as bad as you think. Oh, you don't need to reassure me or anything. I mean that. Plus, it makes sense that someone who doesn't talk a lot would make a good listener. Thank you. You're also nice. It's really hard for me. It doesn't come naturally at all. It's so weird because I always thought of myself as someone who can just say whatever's on my mind. But I feel like that only works when I'm annoyed or upset or I want to say something mean. Why am I like that? You don't have an answer to that. You don't have to answer that. I'm just talking to myself. Yuri nods and remains silent. Natsuki notices her fidgeting with the pages of her book. How come you like reading so much? Oh, well, a lot of reasons. But I just get sucked into it so easily. It's so immersive, like, I want to be part of it. I think there are a lot of things about people in real life that make me feel uncomfortable and frustrated. Especially when it comes to following social conventions and group interactions. I just don't really understand it, and I have no real desire to participate. But it's different with books. It feels like I always want to be around the characters. I feel such a strong emotional connection with them in ways that I've never felt with real people. So, in that way, it can sometimes feel more real than real life. Really? It's that hard for you to be around people? Like, all the time? Fairly often, especially in group settings. When people are making all kinds of conversation and saying jokes and all that, I don't know what to do, and I just disengage. Oh. That doesn't get lonely? I don't think so. I still enjoy spending time with people one-on-one, but I have online friends too, of course. Do you ever wish that you could be friends with the characters in your book? All the time. Sometimes so badly that it makes my heart ache. Yeah, me too. Really? Mm-hmm. A lot. Like, more than anything. After Natsuki mutters that, silence fills the stairwell once more. I know that feeling. But it's a mutual silence. One full of understanding. Last side story, last side story. Last one. Hydration station, all aboard. Oh, have I been having some trouble with the bitrate? Are we doing okay? We good? I think we're okay. All right. We'll fall through there, but we're okay. All right, last one. Hey. Oh, hello. I almost thought you weren't coming today. Yeah, well, lunch is already more than halfway over. Natsuki had typically been meeting Yuri in the stairwell much earlier, since it had been a good way of dodging her friends when she didn't feel like seeing them. Today, she's holding a large plastic container in both hands. I ran into my friends, so I hung out with them for a while. Is that so? Yeah. I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. Hey, Foxy, how are you doing? It's nice to see you. I hope you're having a good day / night. We're just doing some side stories in Doki Doki Literature Club. We're actually on the last one. And then just a little bit of final puzzles. We're going to be starting Outer Wilds on Wednesday, so that's exciting. I'm not going to be online tomorrow, unfortunately, because I've got a doctor's appointment. But after that, it'll be back to your regularly scheduled programming. How's your week been? I was in a good mood today, so I figured I should. I hadn't seen them in a while, which I'd come up with an excuse for, but I expected that. Plus, I have way more of these than I know what to do with, so I figured I would share them with them too. Wow, I'm stammering. As she sits down, Natsuki opens the lid of her container. You made cupcakes. You know it. It's been a while at this point, so I figured it was about time again. You can take one if you want. Yuri takes a cupcake and carefully twirls it between her fingers. It's brown, with dark green frosting immaculately shaped into a floral pattern, topped with some kind of glittery powder. How pretty. I just ate, so I may not be able to finish it. Are they for the club? Yeah, I guess so. I didn't really think about it, I just made them. Oh, I just thought because green is Monica's favorite color, right? Well, yeah, but that's not really... Yuri takes a small bite. This is green tea flavored. Kinda boring? I'm sorry to hear that. Well, I hope your next week is more exciting, but not so exciting that it's bad. I love green tea. Oh, do you? It was just a random idea I wanted to try, so... Don't laugh at me. I'm not. I just felt happy. Oh, sorry. Usually when... Never mind. What I mean is that I'm glad. Sorry for saying dumb things again. I just wanted to do something nice. And this was something I happened to be good at. I do know that you like them, from past experience. Yuri turns red, recalling the time she treated herself rather generously to Natsuki's cupcakes. God, I would kill for a cupcake. Ironically, her mouth is too full of cupcake for her to stammer an excuse, so she just settles for a disapproving look. How did you get into baking? Oh, well, I don't know. It kind of just always appealed to me. Well, a few years ago, I read this one manga with a lot of baking, so I got, like, super into it for a while. I was probably making stuff, like, almost every day. But it's something that I always knew I liked anyway. It's like, baking is like art, but when you get good at it, it gets more delicious, too. I'm struggling to imagine myself putting my heart into something so artistic, knowing that it would just be eaten afterwards. Yeah, maybe. You're too practical for it. I think I prefer to be on the receiving end. That's my other favorite part about it. It's something that I can do that makes a lot of people happy, like, unconditionally. Everyone is always so thankful, and in that moment you get to be like the bringer of joy. I don't know. It just makes me feel valued? Yeah, I guess that. So you were able to make up with your friends today? Huh? There wasn't really anything to make up with them about. We weren't fighting or anything. You weren't? Maybe I misunderstood. It only turns into a fight if I lose my cool, and that's just unnecessary drama. It only makes things worse. So, they're not going to stop? I mean, it only happens sometimes anyway. It's just the way they are. I'm the only one who ever has a problem with it. It's not worth it. Especially since I have somewhere to go now and I don't feel like hanging out with them. Oh, I see. The cupcake's empty foil wrapper audibly crinkles as Yuri clenches a fist. I'm glad the situation is resolved, and that you don't have to avoid them anymore. Yeah, me too. And I don't have to bother you during your alone time anymore. I'm sure you have a lot of reading to catch up on. Yeah. I know that cupcakes are basically nothing compared to all the stuff you've done for me, but it's the best I can do. So you can have the rest of them. Natsuki grabs the box and slides it over to Yuri's feet. Yuri stares at the box. Then she shakes her head and slides them back. You should save them for your other friends. But I made them for you. Natsuki's voice whines as she protests. I know, but I liked them very much, exactly as you thought. You succeeded, but I know you care about making your other friends happy too. And if this is the way you know how to make that happen, then I'm not going to take it from you. No, they were for making you happy. You make me happy. You're worth more than cupcakes to some people. That's why they want to spend time with you. Be your friend. Without warning, tears pour from Natsuki's eyes. Oh, Natsuki, no! She pulls her knees to her chest and starts sobbing into her arms. Natsuki, I'm such a bad person. Yuri stammers, feeling panicked. I didn't mean to say something bad. Natsuki shakes her head and wipes her eyes. You didn't. Natsuki tries to choke back her sobs, but struggles to speak through them. I just really hate myself sometimes. And it feels so wrong when you say those nice things to me. Like, I don't deserve it. I'm sorry. No, I am. I'm so difficult. And I can't think of even a single thing about myself that somebody would like. And I hated myself for bothering you during lunch. I just thought it was my chance to be a good person, like to be nice and do the things you wrote about in the letter. I knew if I tried in the club, Sayori and Monica would be super annoying and make a huge deal out of it. You know, I think a lot of those negative things about myself. I never felt like a good person. I always scrutinize everything I say and later feel like I said all the wrong things. And I just spend so much time thinking about myself, hating myself, and feeling like everyone else must hate me too. So, I understand some of that through my own experience. And that's why I wanted to write the letter and express my feelings. It pained me to see those things in someone else that I saw in myself. Natsuki sniffles. Yuri wrestles through her bag and pulls out some tissues, then hands them to Natsuki. Monica told me that it takes a good person to reflect on these things. The desire to improve yourself, that makes you a good person. So don't worry so much. Also, there are things about you that people would like, so... Like what? Like how you're fun for people to be around, and you're not shy, you know how to make people laugh, and you're very passionate about things, and you know how to take the lead, and you care a lot about other people, and just a lot of things. Oh. Well, now you're making me feel really embarrassed. Well, you're the one who asked. And don't you think I feel embarrassed? Natsuki tries to hide a smile. Then she sighs as it fades again. Every time I come here, I always think it's the last time, but then I keep coming back for some reason. Is that bad? Just really confusing. I mean, my friends and I go way back, so ditching them all the time feels like... I don't know. Feels like what? Natsuki's voice gets quiet. Maybe I'm scared that they'll get mad at me. I really don't know what to do. She pauses. Yuri stares into the distance, tracing her eyes along the patterns of the floor tiles while she thinks to herself. What would you do, hypothetically, if your friends were happy for you instead of mad at you? Happy for what? Happy that your new club is making you happy. Well, that's just not a fair hypothetical. Natsuki says that, but with little confidence in her voice. I always told myself that I don't rely on the approval of others to be happy. And I still feel that way, but I'm spending time with people who put me down whenever I don't have their approval. That's probably what's making me feel so confused. Because I'm threatened out of the things that should make me happy. So no matter what, it's like I have to be unhappy to be happy. It's making my head hurt. That must make it really difficult to feel comfortable with yourself. Being made to feel like you're wrong just for being the person you are. It really goes against everything I believe in, doesn't it? It goes against the kind of person I want to be. I'm fed up with it. I'm fed up with a lot of things. Natsuki presses her palms into her forehead and shakes her head. I know it's best for me, but I keep convincing myself out of it. It's so much easier to be comfortably unhappy than it is to do something so scary. To do what? You know, to end it. With them? Natsuki nods. Natsuki, I'm so glad! I am so glad you're making this the healthy choice for yourself here. I didn't think you were actively considering that as an option. I wasn't, until recently. It's just one of those things where, like, it's been a certain way for so long that you just get used to it. Like, so much of you has gone into it, so much that it feels like that's just how your life is. And throwing it away is like throwing away such a big part of your life. It makes me feel sick to think about. Natsuki sighs. It's just really scary. It's terrifying. What are you scared of? I don't know. A lot of things. Like being alone, not having anyone to talk to or hang out with, not being able to replace what I have with them. And I don't want them to hate me. And I'm scared they'll hurt me for going against them. Physically? Not physically, but... Yuri clenches her fists. Natsuki. What? If anyone even thinks to cause you harm, I will unleash hell upon them. Yuri! Best girl. Sweet baby. Natsuki snorts in laughter. Don't laugh at me. Sorry, I liked that. That's all. Oh. Well, I meant it. I know you did. Natsuki gives Yuri an endearing look. I needed it. As the conversation lapses, Natsuki again slides her box of cupcakes over to Yuri. Just take them, okay? I don't want other people to have them anymore. Are you sure? I know! It's so cute! It's adorable! Natsuki nods. I'm sure. I will then. I'll enjoy them. Natsuki looks away, but a feeling of warmth spreads through her. She holds on to that feeling, knowing it will give her courage. Ah, you're here first today. And you brought reading material. Natsuki is sitting in her usual spot, this time holding a volume of manga while her lunch sits beside her. Yuri sits down as well and opens her own book. It sucks when a good series has to come to an end. Like, it's such a big part of your life, and then one day there's just nothing left. It makes you feel so empty. Unfortunately, I'm about to experience that myself. I'm on the last book of this series. That sucks. But there's also something satisfying about letting a story conclude. I don't know if I'd want it to go on forever. Maybe. There are some things that I wish could. On the other hand, have you ever read something that overstayed its welcome? Yeah, definitely. I can think of at least one thing I've read that got pretty unbearable like halfway through, and the ending really sucked. So, it sucks when something good has to end, but it also sucks when they just keep inventing more plot until you don't like it anymore. I guess it sucks either way. Well, that's the nature of all things. They come to an end. The two fall silent. They slowly eat while making their way through their respective reading material. Except Natsuki doesn't seem to be touching her food at all. You don't go out during the weekends, right? Excuse me? Like, with friends? At the mall or downtown or whatever? I'm not a total shut-in, you know. Oh, my bad for making assumptions. Well, I'm sure I go out less often than other people, like you and the others in the club. I don't really meet with friends or arbitrarily spend time like that. I'm usually meeting with my board game group. Oh, she's in a board game group? Oh, that's so cute! Board game group? It doesn't matter. It's just more nerdy stuff. Why do you ask, anyway? I was just curious. I just realized that I couldn't picture it, so I was just curious. Yuri looks at Natsuki and realizes that she's shaking. Don't look at me like that. Sorry. Natsuki pulls her knees into her chest and puts her head down. I can't take this. Did I do something? Yuri gets flustered, her mind racing over what she might have said or done. I did. I ended it. I texted them earlier, telling them. And then I just blocked them because I'm so afraid of their responses. And now it feels like I'm dying inside. Oh. That's... I'm sorry. Fully unsure of what to do, Yuri can barely find any words of support to offer. Meanwhile, the sound of Natsuki's unusually hard breathing fills the air. Then she speaks again, barely above a whisper. Help me. I feel sick, and I want to hit my head against things. Please help. I can't take this. You may be having a panic attack. With that realization, Yuri's demeanor suddenly changes. I've experience with this, so I'll help you through it, okay? Yuri! Oh, best girl! Natsuki meekly nods through her rapid breath, head still buried in her knees. Yuri slides herself over to Natsuki and sits on the step behind her. Then she puts her hands on Natsuki's shoulders. Can you feel my hands? Natsuki nods. Her shaking becomes much more apparent through Yuri's sense of touch. Yuri keeps her voice low and gentle. You're safe right now. You're in a good and safe place where nothing can hurt you. Natsuki nods once more. Although Yuri is only touching Natsuki's shoulders, she can practically feel her racing pulse through the base of her neck. We'll do a breathing exercise together. All you have to do is listen to my breaths and breathe along with me. Let's breathe in now. Yuri takes a deep, slow breath. Beneath her hands, she feels Natsuki's shoulders rise, and as Natsuki takes a breath of her own, trying to mimic Yuri. They exhale together, although Natsuki's breath shakes on the way out. That's good. Let's keep going. Yuri breathes in once more, and Natsuki joins her. They continue like that for a few more cycles while Yuri closely monitors. Eventually, Yuri feels Natsuki rest more of her weight into Yuri's palms. Let's focus on the physical world. All you have to do is focus on the feeling of your breaths going in and out, and the weight of my hands on your shoulders. You're in a safe and comfortable physical space. She handled that really well. Minutes pass in silence. By now, the worst of it is past, but Yuri's turn not to move away until Natsuki prompts her to. Meanwhile, Natsuki has lifted her head off her knees, and her breathing has mostly steadied. Then she takes a final deep breath and slowly pulls herself to her feet, causing Yuri to let go. She stretches her arms. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to freak out. I don't know what my deal is. You don't have to apologize. This must be enormously stressful for you. Is that going to keep happening? It may, or it may not. We can take measures to help prevent it in the future, but I think it will naturally get better over time. Natsuki motions to sit back down again, so Yuri moves over. Yuri turns away and picks up her open book from the dusty floor, which she had hastily set down earlier. She brushes the dust off the cover. I don't think I could have gotten through that alone. You're not alone. Feeling shy again, Yuri speaks into her own lap. From now on, you don't have to do anything alone. Aw, they're so cute! As she says that, Yuri tenses up. It's weird for her to so openly share her thoughts. But something about Natsuki, of all people, makes it feel so much more natural to do so. Perhaps because, like Yuri, Natsuki is so timid and uncertain of herself. Natsuki does such a good job at hiding it that it's taken a long time for Yuri to finally realize it. And because of that, Yuri is able to deliver the reassurance that she herself would have wanted. Not exactly. So, basically the context is that there's 3 virtual machines. That's not a great way to describe it. Okay, so there's a theory, there's a philosophical theory, right? That the entire world is simulation. In order to prove that theory, some scientists have built 3 virtual worlds. Okay? To see if the characters in that world can identify that they're a simulation using artificial intelligence. And then we could apply that techniques to our own world to verify the theory, right? So VM1, the first virtual machine, the first world, is the base game. And that's where Monica goes all insane and, knows that she's in the game and stuff like that. VM2 is Project Libitina, and we don't know much about that. This is the control simulation. So it's the same world as VM1, but with Monica's elevated access hidden, so that she'll never find out it's a simulation. We can compare her actions in VM1 to the control, which is this. So this isn't exactly canon to the main story. It's what would be canon if Monica wasn't able to find out she was in a game, basically. Does that make sense? Am I saying that in a good way? Demonstrating that you deserve the love of others. If you can accept that for the first time, then perhaps you can begin the tumultuous journey to learning to love yourself. Aw, cuties. I don't really like this CG, honestly. I think Yuri looks kind of weird. Do you really mean that? You're probably gonna regret saying that if you do. How so? Okay, good. Yeah, that's what's going on then. Because I'm probably gonna have a lot of free time during the weekends from now on. So you're giving me permission to be as annoying as I want and drag you around to a lot of places. I see. But you already said it, so you can't take it back now. Well, I suppose I have no choice but to accept that responsibility then. They're cute. I know the ice cream place. Oh? That means you'll finally figure out my favorite ice cream flavor. Huh? What are you talking about? Oh, that's a throwback to the first time Natsuki went into the classroom. That's nice. Oh, you don't remember? The first day that you came to the club. You guessed everyone's favorite ice cream flavor, but for me you said you had no idea. Seriously? I don't remember that at all. Oh, wait. Yes, I do. I said it was probably green tea. Yuri shakes her head. It's a good guess, but my favorite is usually to get chocolate and raspberry together. Chocolate and raspberry? How fancy. How is that fancy? Oh, I don't know. I feel like I should have guessed something like that. Well, maybe next time I'll try chocolate and strawberry. Aw, that's adorable. Hey, strawberry is my favorite. Oh, look at her little blush. What a coincidence. They're best friends. I love them. I think It helps to have something to look forward to. I still have the sick feeling in my stomach, but it's easier now to convince myself that I did the right thing. Is there anything better I could be doing? Not that I know of. There's nothing that will make this easy for me. And you already did more than I thought anyone could. Come to think of it, we never talked about the letter you wrote. But I feel like we're way past that at this point. I don't even know what to talk about. Except that I think it helped me understand my needs a little bit better. The way I like to be treated. And the kinds of friends that I want to have. That's why I wanted to start coming here in the first place, even though I was so scared of causing more problems. I thought it was a coincidence that you ran into me here initially. Oh, well, not exactly. What do you mean? Nothing. I may have tracked you down first. With the help of Sayori. You said... I was shy, okay? I wasn't ready to, whatever. You know what I'm saying. Well, I guess I'm glad that you worked up the courage. Even if it was in your own way. I can tell that you've been making a lot of difficult decisions. It's brave, and it will make things better in the long run. I think anyone would be proud of you for it. Anyone? You mean, you? Yes, like me. You know, I could get used to this. As long as you don't tease me too much. Fine. Just a little then. They're so cute. That's fine. I know how uncertain everything feels to you right now, but I really do think that good things are in store. Those are my honest feelings. Thanks. It feels nice to be reassured. They're so cute. They're best friends. The two girls continue their conversation through the remainder of lunch. But a new feeling hangs in the air. A feeling of greater certainty in their path forward. In just a few hours, there will be another literature club meeting, where the 4 club members will happily spend time together. Each of them, all with their own special qualities, have something unique that they can deliver to one another. Through friendship and literature, the club members will continue to grow and find new happiness together. The end of each chapter is the start of the next. Yuri thinks to herself. Since she's about to finish her long-running series, it would be best to have a new book lined up. Perhaps this weekend would be a good time to visit the bookstore. Together. Aww, together! So cute. We got new pictures. That one. Pretty. And this. We finished all the side stories, so we got Monica's birthday picture. Isn't she so gorgeous? Look at the flower pin in her hair. God, she's beautiful. Looks like we've got a new side story. Equals. Yay! This one should not take as long as the others, which is good because I'm running over on time. We've got maybe 10 minutes left of content to do. Maybe less. Okay, everyone. We're going to be taking a break from the usual activities today. I was thinking since people are starting to talk about the festival, it's a good time for us to go over the general direction of the club and all that. I think it'll help us figure out what to do for the festival, you know? Oh, Sayori and I already came up with a really good plan. Really? For the festival? Yeah, so the plan is this, okay? You and Yuri collect information ahead of time on which clubs and classes are doing food booths. Then we take a map and plan the most efficient route so we can get the most of them before the lines get too long. Hey, that has nothing to do with the club. Well, you have to let me finish. Alright, fine, go ahead. Right, so basically we get all the food we can, then we come back here and we all eat together. Oh, good bot. Good job, Saribot. That's all. Wow, I got tricked twice by the same joke. Boo, don't be a hater. It's not like you can come up with anything better. Look, even Yuri was thinking about it. No, I wasn't. I would really prefer to do something literature-related. We can eat together any time. The festival is a unique opportunity. Besides, it's been quite a while since we've seen any new interest in the club. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. We really get a shot at showing people what the literature club is all about. I'll tell you what, we can do both, right? We'll make time for your food mission and still put together a public event. Oh my gosh, yes! I was just joking, but that's a really good idea. Well, I'm glad that's settled. I think the question is how to come up with an event that demonstrates everything you can get out of the literature club. Well, that's kind of tough because everybody gets something different out of the club. Okay, how about this? Let's go around and have each of us talk about what we've gotten out of the club so far. That could really help us figure out what kind of reputation we want to build. Yeah. It's too embarrassing. Aw, but you'd have so much to talk about. That's exactly why. I'm sure Natsuki feels the same way. Well, maybe, but I didn't plan on arguing against it or anything. I mean, it's the literature club. We talk about that stuff together, right? And the only way to get more comfortable with it is to suck it up and do it. Oh, you're not wrong. I'm sorry for being resistant. It's not good to say suck it up because it sounds like their feelings don't matter. Right, my bad. It's just a habit I need to break. Look at all this beautiful communication. Well, anyway, who's going to start? I'll start. I was the first to join after all. Wouldn't that be me? No, I want to go first. Fine, you can start. I don't mind. Yay! So, gosh, it feels like so long ago. I think I joined because I wanted to have fun sharing poems with people. It seemed like it would be a safe way to express myself. You know, like if it's just a poem, then I could share it without feeling like I'm burdening everyone with my problems. And I thought it would be a really good way to get to know other people too. So yeah, I was really surprised when I walked in and it was just Monica. And she was sleeping. Don't remind me of that. Oh gosh. Yeah, but it seemed like so much fun to help start a new club. Especially since writing helped me so much, I wanted to see it help other people too. But it ended up being me who was inspired. Because I remember feeling like Monica was just so sweet and mature that I could trust her with anything. It made me feel a lot less alone, having someone who knew even the bad things about me. And at that point, I knew the literature club was going to be special for a lot of people. Yeah, I felt the same way. It really helped give the club a more cohesive vision. Yeah, and then Yuri joined, but she was so different from us, and Natsuki too. I think for Yuri, it really helped for me to take the lead before she was able to open up a little. But Natsuki was kind of the opposite, where she wasn't ready to get really close to someone really quickly. I never really thought about that sort of thing. I really feel like I've gotten better at understanding people's different needs. And that makes me really happy, because my friends are just the most important thing to me. And whatever new members we get, I want to help them in those ways too. I don't know if I would have continued coming to the club if it weren't for you. Really? Mm-hmm. I know it wasn't too long ago, but it hurts to think about my behavior back then. I was really short-sighted. The only reason I came was to find other people who were into fantasy. I suppose that was my idea of making friends with people. And I remember feeling uncomfortable because you and I have such different energy. I had such a specific idea of the kind of person I could be friends with. When Sayori tried so hard to get to know me, I felt like I was just wasting her time. I think I was naive to assume that similar interests were the key component of friendship. Sayori and I were able to be friends because she always thinks about the needs of other people. That's something I never knew how to do, or even thought to do. But I stayed in the club thanks to that, and I started trying as hard as I could to understand people better. You really went above and beyond when it came to that. I was just super impressed. Well, I always hated that I didn't know how to behave like a person who is easily liked by others, like the two of you can. And because of that, I spent so much time thinking about my own behavior and all the wrong things I said. But the whole time, I should have been thinking about other people instead, not myself. Once I started doing that, I was able to make friends with everyone else. Oh, also, I discovered that sometimes I'm a better communicator when I take the time to write rather than speak. It's so strange the way things turned out. It's so far different from anything I would have expected. But I'm happy. I suppose we don't always know what we really need. Oh my gosh. You're so cute that I'm going to throw up. Okay, please don't do that, Sayori. Besides, I'm not cute. Hey, isn't that my line? Oh, well for me, it's actually true, so... What are you saying? Nothing. I finished my part, so somebody else take their turn. Oh, they all love each other so much. My heart! Sayori, take some deep breaths. Okay, fine, I'll go. Yuri, I can't believe you were complaining about doing this and still went before me. What a show-off. I was just following up on Sayori. It was the easiest way to get it over with. Besides, you left out the most important thing that you get out of this club. I did? Yeah, a regular supply of your favorite cupcakes. Oh no, I forgot that too! I'm a traitor to the Cupcake Queen. Neither of you are forgiven. Looks like only Monica will be getting cupcakes next time. No! I can't eat that many cupcakes. Yeah, true. Only Yuri can. Hey. Well, anyway, I'm just putting off talking. It's kind of hard to talk about this stuff. But I guess what comes down to is that I'm in such a much better place mentally than I was when I first joined. And that's because everyone helped me realize that I had some really toxic friendships going on outside the club. It was honestly a really painful thing to go through, having to cut them out. It still hurts to think about. I'm sorry, Natsuki. It's fine. I knew it was for the best, and I was right. I guess for me, it's all about feelings. I was only ever ridiculed for having feelings, so I thought the right thing to do was to just ignore them. It took me a really long time to realize that it's not really how things are supposed to work. And I guess that's thanks to everyone who took the time to respect my feelings, even when I was being like the biggest jerk. I'm really sorry for being such a jerk to everyone. I really was the worst. Natsuki's voice chokes up a little. We love you, Natsuki. I just hate that I was like that. Everyone did so much for me, and I could never do anything in return. That's not true. Natsuki, you've done a lot more than you think. This club really wouldn't have been the same without you. I mean that. Remember how judgmental I was when you first showed up? It was like I couldn't accept anything other than my own idea of what a literature club was supposed to be. Apparently, that was more important to me than the opportunity to bring you some happiness. You really taught me that anything that makes someone happy is worthy of respect. You even inspired me to start playing piano. That's something that means a whole lot to me. So there's no need to put yourself down. Okay. Natsuki wipes her eyes. You helped me a lot too. It's so much fun to have you around. And you helped me become a better person. Having a problem doesn't make you needy or inconvenient. It means that there's something that needs to be better for you. And you always deserve that. I agree. Seeing us have some of the same struggles made me a better person as well. I wouldn't want to change anything about our time here. I don't think any of us would. I'm sorry I got all dramatic again. That's all I wanted to say, so Monica can go now. There's no need to apologize. It was something I wanted to talk about anyway, because it made a big difference for me. I was always such a strict perfectionist who never took enough time to believe in the best in other people. But everyone kept proving me wrong. I made the mistake multiple times thinking that my way was the best for everyone, or thinking that I was needed to solve other people's problems. But I think being a leader means that you have to acknowledge that you're not perfect, and that the best thing you can do is help guide people rather than do everything for them. Interesting enough, this is actually a similar lesson to that Bugsnax went out of its way to teach us. I didn't really intend to get games with similar lessons like right in the row like that, but communication matters, and you don't know what's best for your friends, that's why you need to talk to them about it. That's basically what Bugsnax was saying, and now it's what Doki Doki Literature Club is saying. I wonder if I'll find that a common theme throughout other games I like. But I think being a leader means you have got to acknowledge that you're not perfect, and that the best thing you can do is help guide people, rather than just do everything for them. We're all good people. We're all equals. I think that's the most important thing I've gotten out of the club, realizing what that really means. Sayori, what are you doing? I just thought that we should be writing some of these down. Things about the club that are valuable to us. With a piece of chalk in her hand, Sayuri writes the word trust on the chalkboard. This is because you showed me that I could trust you with everything about me, not just my good side. Suddenly, Yuri takes a piece of chalk as well. He writes, understanding. I owe a lot of gratitude to everyone who took the time to understand me, even though it was so difficult for me to express myself. In that case... Monika takes a piece of chalk as well and writes the word respect. I always thought I was a respectful person, but it took the club for me to realize that there was more to it than I thought. And I'm a better person because of it. I have another one! Sayuri writes, balance. Sometimes people want different things out of a friendship, or they need time before they're ready to become close. So it's important to keep things balanced between you and the other person. That reminds me. Yuri writes, reflection. I've always been a reflective person, but most of it has been nothing more than hating myself for all the things I thought I did wrong. Once I started reflecting on other people, and not just myself, a lot of things changed for me. So I think that that's the most important one for me. That's great. We have a whole list of things now. Suddenly, everyone turns to look at Natsuki. Well, everyone took all the chalk. Don't look at me like that. Jeez. You could have just asked. Monika hands her piece of chalk to Natsuki. Then Natsuki sighs and writes self-love. I don't know how far I've gotten with it yet, but it feels like things are at least on the right track. So there, that's my contribution. Together, everyone stares at the words on the board. Wasn't this club supposed to be about literature? It is. We still do a lot of literature. Friendship and literature. Yeah, you're right. Friendship and literature. Natsuki and Yuri gently nod as well. Let's all take a picture together. We don't have one yet, right? Hey, you're right. Make sure you send it to me after. Wait, can I brush my hair first or something? Oh, you're fine. You already have the best hair out of all of us. Everyone get together. I can't fit you all in. Okay. Okay, everyone ready? And click. We gonna get the picture? Oh no, I wanted to see the picture. I'm really glad we talked about this stuff. It's easy to forget how far we've come with only 4 members. Yeah, I have so many happy thoughts right now. I'm getting some really good inspiration for a poem. You know, I feel the same way. I kind of want to get some writing done. Me too. I think I would like that as well. Everyone's looking at me again. I'll do it too, but I might not feel like cheering it. That's okay. The 4 members of the Literature Club disperse and return to their desks, each equipping themselves with a pen. Natsuki and Yuri give each other a quick glance, then start writing immediately. Sayuri stretches, then does the same. But Monika is left tapping her pen against the paper, unsure of where to start. Just move your hand, Monika mouths to herself. Right the way into your heart. Her mind full of thoughts, memories, and inspiration, Monika navigates past her mental barriers and begins to write. It doesn't matter what, just that it's something new. The end? Question mark? Yeah, are we looking at all the different scenes? Maybe we'll get the picture. Doki Doki Literature Club Plus! On we get credits. That's so cute. Thank you, Dan Salvato! Thank you, Satchley, Scoochan, Lucid Sky, and Velinquent. Thank you, Joseph Boyd, Robert Simmons, Dan Salvato again, Nikki Kaler, Jason Hayes, and Azuro Sky. I'm gonna thank all these people. Thank you, Alicia Bardicino, Stephen Love, Cynthia Rodriguez, Joseph Boyd, Ashley Clea, David Evelyn Kagafumi, Stoutley, Lucid Sky, and Stevie Love. Thank you, Zhangua Yang, Kevin Zhang, Kevin Adams, Kyle Donnelly, and Matthew Sherry. Thank you, Bridget Olson, Carly Crowder, Zhongwei Zhang, Alicia Poon, Samuel Herb, Abby DeBusk, Bridget Olson, Carly Crowder, Zhang. No, I missed it! I missed some! Okay, well, thank you everyone on this page. Everybody who worked on this in general. All of you made such an amazing game, and it makes me so happy. I love this game. We're almost done. After the credits are done, we have to look at a couple more files, and then we'll be done. Oh, Natsuki, you're so cute. Favorite CG. Sayori, you're cute too. Everyone in this game is just adorable. Special thanks. Thank you, dear player, for enjoying our story of friendship and literature. Aww. Thank you for writing a story of friendship and literature. Thank you, Team Salvato. We love you. Yay. Oh, and we get the picture. Oh, isn't that so cute? That is the cutest thing. Look at them. I love them. Yay, we finished all the side stories. Look at what new pictures we got. Got these two. Everyone say cheese. Oh, and then we got them doing a silly one. Oh, aren't they cute? Okay, that's my new wallpaper. Did I already do that? Yeah, okay, back. That's adorable. I love them so much. And we have all the pictures now, so that's great. We've got new music. What we have to do... I'm going to put on Candy Hearts on repeat while we do just the last little bit of file work. Yep. Mustache with her hair. This is distorted. This is not right. What? I don't know what's happening with this song, but I guess we're sitting through it. Alright, for the information I need, I think I need to go to files 1, 2, 3 at 4:30. Still have all this stuff. Okay, we're going to 1, 2, 3. Okay, see, this is right. It got really distorted. Did that unlock anything for us? Oh, no, and it's distorted again. Okay, we're gonna stop listening to it for now. It's freaking me out. Maybe the secret is just that it distorts. I know, she does a little mustache with her hair. Isn't that adorable? Journal. 1, 2, 3. I've got to change my time to 4:30. So, gotta open settings. It is 4:30. We're actually pretty close to 4:30, so that's pretty great. Only have to change it a little bit. There we go. Change. Yay! Okay. So 030, but we need a name. Teamwork time? I think teamwork time is one that actually showed up on the... Alright, let's look at the music. Work together, discussion time, debate time, brainstorm, listen up, teamwork time, let's discuss, let's teamwork, I'll handle it, leader, take the lead. Out there. Music. organic. Ichi pie. That's not right. Let's teamwork? Let's teamwork has to be it, right? That's 158. So at time 158, 030. Go ahead and maneuver there. 0, 3, 0. Meeting notes 3, and then we just have to change the time to 1, 53. Change. No? 158. Oh, I'm wrong. Oops. Oh, do you have something to say, Katsumi? Yeah? Well, I'm almost done, buddy. Don't worry. Okay, and then... No! Come on, work. Are you... Is my screen frozen? Ah! Okay. Hi, Katsumi. What a good boy. There we go. Change and open. Control simulation. Progress. Ideas. Snapshot slightly earlier in time. And control sim to start at VM1. So this is explaining the control simulation, which is where the side stories are. Mature control sim versus reference VM1. Easier to detect failures to hide elevated cost access provisions. Fifth entity in VM1. Huh. What's the fifth entity in VM1? It's not part of the original genetic model. Very bizarre. And I have this topic today. Meeting ending on time. 12:55 OMG. So at time 12:55, I feel like I haven't gotten everything. I feel like I'm missing something, but I don't have a internal. It was 0, 3, 0. Baby, you good boy. Maybe 438? That's not a thing. I don't think that's a thing. 1, 2, and 3, isn't it? Or 0, 1, 2, and 3. Huh. Oh, there is. There's 5. Maybe 358? Oh, 58. That's not a thing. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna go through all of them. Or actually, there's an even easier way. I don't know why I'm doing this. Data collected 100%. So I've got all the data. I guess that's everything. I mean, there's obviously still mysteries, but... Oh, let's move on. New mail. I haven't read that. We need to have a meeting about shifting our focus a little bit. We've reset VM1 how many times now? For real, we've definitely collected as much data as we can from it at this point. We just need to work with what we have and try to increase our stability of our connection to VM2. We've obviously gotten spoiled by the ease of access that VM1 offers us, but it's just unrealistic for someone to in real life be granted a level of elevation even close to monitor kernel access. That's Monica. Even if we can't establish a stable connection to VM2, then how can we expect to get anywhere that the same scenario inevitably occurs in our own universe? Anyway, thanks to Ro's work, we were able to acquire a few rudimentary logs. I have an idea on how to increase connection stability to VM2 while maintaining weak hypervisor access to everyone inside on an individual basis. Ironically, it has to do with something that they're building in their own VM. I'll go into detail in a more formal report, but some of the log files indicate attempts of theirs to pull together the access potential of multiple individuals into a single parallel unit. Sounds ridiculous, but if they actually get somewhere with it, then we might have a solid entry point that doesn't heavily intrude upon the VM. I'm going to spin up a read-only hypervisor that we can use to test different ideas like this. The elevation level will be set to monitor adjacent runtime level access. Mone. That's not Monica. The VM will be named Test VM for now, although the parallel access unit they're building the VM seems to be called Project Libitina. Project Libitina mentioned. Oh my goodness. We need to get the game now, right? We can change the name once we actually get a decent picture of it. Well, that's that. That's everything that we've got so far. And let me just pull up Steam, make sure that we've got all the achievements there. Locked achievements? What's this? What do I not have? 100% data collection? Data collected, 100%. It says so right there. It says I've collected all the data right there. That's weird. Da, da, da. Let me look up something really quick. I'm gonna look up what the Candy Heart secret is, just to make sure I didn't accidentally miss that. Da, da, da. I know, I need all the achievements. Let me look at the music again. Oh, that gives us another song? Candy Hearts? That's the messed up one. This is the normal one. What do they say? I need the achievements. Oh, you fell, Katsumi, poor boy. Ah! I need the achievement. I don't know what I'm missing. Got that. I have all of these things. I'm sorry. I should be pulling this up. It's just a guide that's to get all the things. Which I've done. Oh, I did that. Done all of this. I've got all the pictures. Got all the promo images. Extra song. Oh! Okay, okay. There is something I'm missing. Test VM. This apparently shows up and it doesn't notify you about it. Woo! 100% data collection. Attempting to decode binary data. What is this? Oh, from VM2? We're gonna get some text about Project Libitina? Holy shit. I don't know what this says. Well, it's encoded. Circular with a focal point in the center. Connection lost. that it? Hello? Oh, I'm gonna run it again. I might say something different. You never know. Adulthood to receive professional training in. See, that's something different. Lost. I'm gonna run it again. I want to see all the different texts they have. Of which dissociation is a symptom conditioning. Okay. Huh. All right. Well, that's everything. Hold on. I'm gonna look up and see if there's a fully decoded test VM from Doki Doki Literature Club Plus. Oh, there's a lot of sentences. All right, I'm not going to read all these, but you should totally look it up if you're interested in Project Libitina. It's honestly way past time for me to get off stream. So I'm going to go ahead and log off. It's been a lot of fun hanging out with everybody today. I hope you all have a great day today and tomorrow. I'm not going to be on at my normal time, but I will be back on Wednesday, or at least it's Wednesday for me. It might be Tuesday for you. Just go ahead and check my stream schedule on Twitch for a accurate view of when I'm going to be on next. And we're going to be starting Outer Wilds, so be hyped for that. I look forward to chatting with all of you again, and I will see you around. Have a good day. Mwah! Kisses. Da 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 da. I don't know why I did that. Okay. Bye, everybody.